హలో హలో May I request our guests to kindly occupy their seats. We will begin the program in a moment. Please occupy your seats. A very good morning to you all on this warm November morning. Today is a great day for the retired executives of the top management of erstwhile Syndicate Bank. They have gathered from far and near of our country for the third annual meet and to celebrate the centenary of their beloved Syndicate Bank. It is a spontaneous outburst of gratitude, reverence, thankfulness to their Annadata Syndicate Bank. Before a child is born, the child is connected to the mother in the womb through the umbilical cord for nourishment, which is severed immediately after the birth. But the executives, staff, and employees still continue to remain connected to its Annadata through an invisible umbilical cord. Hence, even though Syndicate Bank has been merged and no longer exists, the original staff and employees feel it their sacred duty to rejoice, celebrate the centenary of Syndicate Bank. Syndicate Bank has a unique checkered past with many firsts in the annals of history of Indian banking. A pioneer in starting the Delhi deposit scheme at the doorsteps of the customer, first to foray into financing of agriculture, establishing the first regional rural banks, and the first to adopt core banking solutions. We can go on and on. It would be like carrying coal to Newcastle, to this galaxy of executives assembled here. This is not the point of today's celebration. It is an expression of gratitude for the institution that cherished the dreams, aspirations, goals, provided bread and butter to the young, dreamy-eyed recruits to occupy top positions in the bank. Gratitude is not only the greatest virtue of all, but the parent of all virtues. Gratitude is where memory is stored in the heart and not in the mind. So this is precisely what defines the feelings, emotions, loyalty, reverence of the executives who launched their career in Syndicate Bank. With the spirit of this gratitude, where memory is stored in the heart and not the mind, let's begin today's program on a heartfelt note and pay homage to our erstwhile Annadata. We now begin the program with escorting of the dignitaries to the dais. May I request Mr. P.R. Ramesh To escort Mr. Arun Srivastava, former chairman and CEO of Syndicate Bank, to the dais. May I request Mr. D.R. Shenoy to escort Mr. Alan C.A. Pereira, former MD and CEO of Bank of Maharashtra. May I request Mr. Narasimha Murthy T. to escort CHSS Mallikarjun Rao, the MD and CEO of the largest bank of other than State Bank, that is Punjab National Bank. May I request Mr. Ramanan Naik to escort Mr. T.K. Srivastav, former ED of Syndicate Bank. I also request Mr. Sujit Prabhakar to occupy his seat on the dais.
So good morning to all.
Thank you, sirs. We now begin with a prayer. One of the wonderful dialogues that take place is prayer. Prayer is a dialogue with the Almighty, acknowledging the omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent character of the role played by the Almighty in our lives. We need to remember God at all times. We need His grace to enjoy good health, to be cheerful and happy. To invoke the grace, may I call upon Mr. Lakshmi Narayan Upadhyaya to render the invocation psalm.
Hello. ಜಗವಸುತ್ತಿವುದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಾಯವಯ್ಯ ಜಗವಸುತ್ತಿವುದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ನಿನ್ನ ಮಾಯವಯ್ಯ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಿವುದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಎನ್ನ ಮನವಯ್ಯ ನಿನ್ನ ಸುತ್ತಿವುದೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಎನ್ನ ಮನವಯ್ಯ ಜಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲ್ಲಿದ ನೀನು ನಿನಗೆ ಬಲ್ಲಿದ ನಾನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಲ್ಲಿದ ನೀನು ನಿನಗೆ ಬಲ್ಲಿದ ನಾನು ಈ ಮೂರು ಜಗವು ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಈ ಮೂರು ಜಗವು ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೆ ಕರಿಯು ಕನ್ನಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಗಿರ್ಪ ತೆರನಂತೆ ಕರಿಯು ಕನ್ನಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡಗಿರ್ಪ ತೆರನಂತೆ ಎನ್ನೊಳು ನೀನು ಅಡಗಿದೆಯೋ ಎನ್ನೊಳು ನೀನು ಅಡಗಿದೆಯೋ ಶ್ರೀ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ಶ್ರೀ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ಆಗ ಹರಿ ವಸುದೇವಸುತಂ ದೇವಂ ಕಂಸಚಾಣೂರಮರ್ದನಂ ದೇವಕಿ ಪರಮಾನಂದಂ ದೇವಕಿ ಪರಮ ಆನಂದಂ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣಂ ವಂದೇ ಜಗದ್ಗುರುಂ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣಂ ವಂದೇ ಜಗದ್ಗುರುಂ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣಂ ವಂದೇ ಜಗದ್ಗುರುಂ ಹರಿ
Thank you, Mr. Padhya, for bringing us into the right soulful atmosphere for this program. It is impossible to visualize this world without light. Light is a nemesis of darkness. Light dispels darkness. Lighting the lamp is a very significant gesture, whether in a house, a place of worship, or at any event. It signifies the auspiciousness of the event and bestows solemnity to the event. May I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join in lighting of the lamp. And I also request Mrs. Arun Srivastava to kindly come forward to the stage to light the lamp. Okay. I also request Mrs. Sujata Gupta for a prayer at the time of lighting of the lamp.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं समुदयं दीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for doing the honors, and ladies for the very melodious singing of the prayer. Atiti Devo Bhava. Our culture and tradition says it all. Our culture teaches us to teach each guest and stranger with utmost respect and reverence. Welcoming our guests is a pleasant task, and to say it in words and flowers, may I call upon Mr. Sujit Prabhakar to render the welcome address.
Good morning, Indians. Nice to see you all here. Thanks a lot for giving an overwhelming support to us and assembled here. I thank all the promoters and their family because we have given a big tribute to the bus of the founders, and the family members, second and third generations are present here. So my welcome to all. Respected Arun Srivatsav, the president of today's meeting. Respected Alan Pereira ji, chief guest of this morning. Respected Mallikarjun Rao Garu, one of the guests of honor. Respected TK Srivatsav ji, one of the guests of honor. And of course, Dr. V.F. Francis, Joseph is not here. We expressed his inability to come. Otherwise, he was very much interested in coming. He paid the money also for his wife, for himself and his wife, but unfortunately we missed him. He's a great speaker. We missed him really. So, the beloved members of Founders family, dear members of the core team, dear Indians and their spouses. One great thing about this meet, you have got 46 spouses here, for which I am really grateful to you. I bow my head in reverence. That is called women's power. And my dear volunteers, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I welcome you all to this knowledge city of Manipal, to the third annual meet to renew our relationship by meeting and greeting, which we done yesterday and also few minutes ago. One another and walk back in our memory lane to remember the golden days we spent together in our beloved bank. As a mark of our reverence and remembrance, we have garlanded this morning 3 busts of our founders in our head office, Manipal. The concept of meeting and greeting was first introduced after formation of a WhatsApp group of retired top-level executives, and the first meeting was conceived by late Sudhir Kini, and it was held in Bangalore. Here I would like to tell one thing. Sudhir Kini is no more. He has taken efforts. At the same time, we have so many Indians who parted us. So in the memory of these great Indians who have contributed for the growth of our bank, we all stand in silence for half a minute prayer. Okay? Thanks a lot. Thank you. This idea is given by none other than K.T. Rai. Thank you, Mr. K.T. Rai, for a wonderful idea, because the reason is we should remember the departed souls, because they also contributed. They were our friends. So that being the case, we cannot forget them. So thank you, Mr. K.T. Rai, once again. The following year, Chennai's Indians took the lead and had the second meet in Chennai in a grand and appreciable manner under the leadership of Sudhakar Iyer. In the Chennai meet, it was decided to hold the third annual meet in Manipal on account of centenary year of our beloved bank, because Syndicate Bank still exists in our heart, which is evident from the large gathering of Indians here. And on 12th and 13th and 14th, scale 5 below officers, clerks and sub-staff. They had a wonderful program. There also 600 people participated. 600 of us Indians participated. It's a great event. And it was a very successful event. I welcome all the Indians from the bottom of my heart, but also bow my head in reverence. That's what I told you, in reverence to the spouses who joined the Indians. I extend a warm welcome to the promoters' family who are assembled here. Some of them are not able to come. They will come in the evening. I requested them to come in the evening to take our honor. Family, for accepting our honor in this meet, responding to our invitation, which is indeed a memorable experience to all of us. They have also attended a large number of, in large number, in the centenary celebration of our beloved bank on 13th September, which turned out to be a memorable public event in Udupi. I extended a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais, because I cannot tell each and every one. I welcome you all, sir, for having responded to our invitation came. So I welcome you. On the dais, responding to our invitation came and they are attending this meeting. They also agreed to share the nostalgia with us. We are very lucky to have galaxy of retired top executives of 3 public sector banks here. They need a very big clap. All the 3, especially one from Punjab National Bank, Bank of Maharashtra, and our own Syndicate Bank. It's a great thing. I especially welcome Mr. Arun Srivastava to this celebration because even though he was delayed by nearly 6 hours in the airports because of some delay in the aircraft movement, but he has taken pains to come all the way and grace the occasion. But I request, because not only welcoming him, I also request Mr. P.R. Ramesh as a welcome measure to come and hand over a floral bouquet to him. Mr. Ramesh. I welcome Mr. Alan Pereira ji to the celebration. I request Cindian D.R. Shanai to hand over the floral bouquet to Mr. Alan Pereira on your behalf. I welcome Mallikarjun Rao Garu to this celebration. I request Mr. Narsimurthy to hand over a floral bouquet to Mr. Mallikarjun Rao Garu on our behalf. I now request Cindian. I welcome Mr. T.K. Srivastava. I also request Mr. Ramanand Naik to extend a floral bouquet to Mr. T.K. Srivastava ji on your behalf. I extend a very warm welcome to all the volunteers who have done a marvelous job. All this due to them. Only 2 hands meet, there is a clap. And all the guests who are assembled here, including Purshana. Purshana is here, I just noticed. Guests are having responded to our invitation and participate in this celebration. I fail in my duty if I don't welcome the speakers in the afternoon session. Dr. P.V. Bandari, a leading psychiatrist who will speak on strokes and other mental illnesses. And Mr. T. Gautam Pai, Executive Chairman of Manipal Group of Companies, who will speak on his journey in printing industry and other ventures which he owns. He will also touch the subject called IPO, which he is going to come out with shortly in his company called MPI, maybe in the month of December. This is going to manufacture already manufacturing. It's an existing company. It's already manufacturing debit card, credit card, smart card, and now metal card. They have got 3 or 4 factories all over the world. I welcome our own Indian Professor Shankar of international fame and his son Junior Shankar and his team for the magic show which will perform in the afternoon. We all will rejoice. You know about Shankar, needless to say. So I take this opportunity to welcome you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your sweet words of welcome. We now have the most important item of this morning's program, that is honoring the members of the founders' family. Honoring is the act of sharing great respect and esteem and admiration. Honoring members of the founders' family is acknowledging the immense contribution of the founders that have done to the Indian family and the overall economic development of a country. It is a debt which is difficult to pay. So we shall honor the members of the founders' family now. May I request Mr. T. Narayan Pai and Mrs. Vijay Lakshmi and Pai and Mr. Narayan Pai's sister, Dr. Asha K. Pai, who has come down all the way from US to kindly occupy their seats of honor. I request Mrs. and Mr. Alan Pereira to do the honors. I also request the other dignitaries on the dais to please come forward. Yeah, sure. Dr. Asha K. Pai would like to say a few words. Welcome, madam.
First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for making me feel like I'm somebody great. When Syndicate Bank started in 1925, I was not there. So I came along in 55. But before all that, divine souls, you are not honoring the founders because you all are founders. You have taken the spirit of what my dad told. And many of you probably have talked to him more than I have talked to him and learned so much from him. And for you all to be the top executives, you have taken his word to heart and done what he wanted to do for our nation. So without all of you, without the people under you, without the people who deposited the money in the banks, without all the different schemes there were, we would not be here today. So that is the biggest honor, and I feel like my dad is right. He is in Manipal. There is nowhere else he can be. So he's enjoying that we all are able to talk because he loved to talk. And he is enjoying that. And the one other thing I just realized was the emblem of the faithful and friendly, the dog. He always carried his stick with the dog, and he always called it faithful and friendly. And I think we all have developed that camaraderie to be the faithful and friendly to each other, to bring each other up, and to be this beautiful community of Syndicate Bank people. Thank you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. With your great words, you have also made us feel great. Thank you. Now I call upon Mr. T. Ashok Pai and Mrs. Gayatri Pai to occupy their seats of honor. Sri T. Ashok Pai is the youngest son of Dr. T.M.A. Pai. After completing his engineering, he was instrumental in setting up several small-scale industrial units. He is also associated with Canara Land Investments, Manipal Prakashana and Manipal Press Limited. He is the president of Dr. T.M.A. Pai Foundation Trustee of Mahe and the Academy of General Education. Married to Srimati Gayatri Pai, they are blessed with a son, Mr. Sachin Pai, who is also an industrialist and currently the managing director of Bestsellers Garments Export House. May I request Mrs. and Mr. Mallikarjun Rao to do the honors, and I also request the other dignitaries to accompany him. Mr. Mallikarjun Rao to do the honors. Thank you, sirs, for doing the honors. I now call upon Mrs. Kusuma Pai. Yeah. Mrs. Kusuma Pai to occupy the seat of honor. I call upon Mrs. Shaila Andar to do the honors. I also request the other dignitaries to accompany. Mrs. Kusuma Pai is the wife of late T. Pandrang Pai, son of our founder, Dr. T.M.A. Pai. Blessed with two sons, Mr. Rajesh Pai and Harish Pai, who are successful and fervent industrialists. Thank you, Madam, for gracing the occasion and accepting the honor. We have three more members of the founders family. One is Mr. T. Satish Pai and his wife, Dr. Sandhya Pai. And we have Mr. Sunil Pai, son of Mr. T. Narayan Pai, and Mr. T. Sachin Pai and his wife, Mrs. Pranita Pai. They are unable to come at the moment, and they'll be here present in the afternoon session. Thank you all members for accepting the honor. Now we are honoring another three persons with a different touch. They are the retired executives who have completed 75 years of age. May I request Mr. T.V. Butt, retired general manager, to kindly occupy the seat of honor, who has completed 75 years. Mr. T.V. Butt joined the bank in 1970 as an agricultural development officer. Worked in various capacities and was deputed to Bijapur Gramina Bank as chairman and wiped out all the accumulated losses of the bank at that point of time. He retired as a general manager and is actively involved in spreading financial literacy. I now call upon Mr. Madhusudan to do the honors and also request the other dignitaries. Thank you, Mr. Bhatt, for accepting the honor, and may the good Lord shower you at least another 25 years of age. He has corrected me, he says he's 79 now. Thank you, sir. Next, I request Mr. Alan Pereira, former CMD of Bank of Maharashtra, to occupy the seat of honor. Sorry.
I wanted to avoid this because I always tell my grandchildren I am only 57. Because I say after 60, read the age from the right side, but today is gone.
No, sir, you have no choice here. Yeah. May I call Mrs. Evelyn Pereira to kindly occupy the seat of honor. He is a postgraduate in social work, MSW, with specialization in labor welfare and industrial organization. He served Syndicate Bank for 33 years in various capacities and rose to the position of general manager. Served as a personal advisor, industrial relations and human resources to Indian Banks Association, the apex body of all banks, and CEO of Bank Sports Board in Mumbai. Appointed as Executive Director of Oriental Bank of Commerce in 2006, appointed as CMD of Bank of Maharashtra, and continued there till his superannuation in 2010. He took over as Director of NIBM, National Institute of Bank Management, Pune, until 2014. Member of the Governing Board of Indian Institute of Banking and Finance, member of Governing Council, Institute of Banking Personnel Selection. He is associated with NGOs promoting mental health, rehabilitation of Alzheimer's and dementia cases, and he cares about the environment and social economic development. May I request Mr. K.P. Muralidharan to do the honors, and also Mrs. Also request Mrs. Padmini to do the honors. Thank you, sir and madam, for accepting the honor. Yeah. Now, next in the line for honor of the 75 years category is Mr. Vijay Kumar, retired General Manager. I also request Mrs. Vijay Kumar to kindly occupy the seat of honor. Mr. Vijay Kumar is a czar, king, and all that he surveys in the IT field. He has accomplished various qualifications: MSc in Applied Mathematics, CISA from US, and Credit Management and Credit Risk Management. He has wide and varied experience of working in senior positions across the public sector, MNCs, and private sector, including startups. He is a techno banker and transformational leader. Was project director for implementation of CBS in our bank, which is indeed a Himalayan achievement, and it went on without any hitch. May I call upon Mr. Santana Krishnan to do the honors, and also Mrs. Pualagi to do the honors. She's not there. Mrs. Saxena. Okay, okay. Yeah, can I request Mrs. Saxena to kindly do the honors? Mr. Vijay Kumar would like to say a few words.
At the outset, it's good morning, everyone. I consider myself very fortunate to be felicitated on completion of 75 years of my age, which in itself is a milestone in everyone's life. Further, I am overwhelmed because this felicitation is happening during the centenary year of our great institution, that is Syndicate Bank. One may say that was, I will say that is Syndicate Bank, because Syndicate Bank is eternal, has eternal existence in our hearts. And is also happening during the third congregation of TGS, that is ex-DGMs and GMs, who have contributed in abundant measure to the development of the bank. So I am much more happier. Furthermore, the august presence of accomplished bankers par excellence, like Mr. Arun Srivatsava sir, our former MD and CEO, and Mr. Mallikarjun Rao sir, our former Executive Director and former MD and CEO of Punjab National Bank, Mr. T.K. Srivatsava sir, our former Executive Director, and Mr. Alan Pereira, our own Mr. Alan Pereira, ex-General Manager. All these combined together makes this facilitation much more momentous for me. Because these stalwarts of bankers, bankers par excellence, they guided the destiny of the banks they presided over, and thereby the destiny of the employees of those banks by their valuable or invaluable guidance. Like the pole star guiding the mariner on the high seas and helping the mariner to anchor in the harbor of success. My gratitude to all of you, sirs. I also express my gratitude to Mr. Alan Pereira, our ex-GM, former MD and CEO of Bank of Maharashtra, who was responsible in great measure for positioning all of us in the right positions and facilitating our professional accomplishments. He had a lot of, being in personal department, it requires lot of personal traits which are positive, and he had that positive attitude. He was all along fair and reasonable. He acted without bias, without malice, without prejudice. He assessed the people very objectively and always led and inspired as a team leader, as a role model, as a well-informed, pragmatic leader. Thank you once again to you, sir. I also bow in respect and reverence to the founders of Syndicate Bank for kindling an everlasting smile in the hearts of lakhs of people by providing employment. And also I thank their family members who have inherited the indelible legacy of the founder fathers. And I also am happy about their presence here and my reverence to them. I also lastly thank the organizers, P.R. Ramesh, Sujir Prabhakar and the ever-smiling Narsimurthy for their earnest efforts in addressing the daunting task and for their thoughtful approach in inviting the founding fathers and their inheritors here. That makes the occasion much more special. I also thank those who chose to remain anonymous while working in the background. For all these deeds, noble deeds of all these visible and invisible leaders, may I say a bouquet of flowers, each petal of each flower of which represents my gratitude to them. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a sincere and emotional outpouring of your feelings for the bank and all the gathered here. I request Mr. T. Ashok Pai, the son of our founder, Dr. T. M. A. Pai, to say a few words on behalf of all the members of the family.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and friends. Most of you must have joined the bank after 1965. So I will just give some brief history of the bank and important events that happened in between 1925 and 1950, which is very interesting. Now, bank was started in 1925. One of the triggering point was Upendra Pai, my father's elder brother, wanted to become a director in Canara Bank. Initially they said yes, because all these banks were community-based banks. So Canara Bank was started in Mangalore. So it was started in 1906. And a lot of competition was there within the community, so he was not able to get that. Then he tried in Corporation Bank, that also failed. So all of a vengeance he started, along with my father, Canara Industrial Syndicate Banking Limited. It is known at that time. With the initial capital of authorized capital is 1 lakh, but he was not able to get 1 lakh. He started with 8,000. Then one of the difficulty at that time, it was a depression period. Lot of private sector banks were being failed. In Mangalore, in South Canara itself, there were about 12 to 15 banks. Mangalore Bank, Mulki Bank, Kundapur Bank, all these small banks. And Syndicate Bank, with great difficulty, he was able to mobilize 8,000. During the course, and the first year deposits were 4,000 or 5,000 rupees. And the net profit is 45 rupees, first year. And number of employees were 3. One of whom, my father until 1942 he was practicing both medical as well as he was coming to the bank. Whenever there is urgency, he will come. Then one side is his dispensary. His compounder was one of the staff. Whenever my father goes to the bank, he will come. That was the starting point. But he found the difficulty because at that time there was no email or anything like that, rumors. The whole thing was starting on this bank failed, that bank failed, this happened, that happened. So people were happy to keep the money themselves rather than do the banking. So he, at that, few people his friends had given 5,000 deposit, 4,000 deposit. Suddenly they will come, no, my wife is saying that bank has failed. It is better I take, you don't mind, and all that. So he thought the best way to do this is to have the pygmy scheme. Because even if 1,000 rupees is to be withdrawn, so many people have to join together. So he said small deposits. This was because RBI started only in 1932. Before that, it is only the banking was on the faith. Because he was a leading medical doctor, he had a lot of patients. So, but imagine this pygmy deposit at the time of nationalization, the CASA deposit of Syndicate Bank was 45%, which was mainly from pygmy. Today, of course, everybody is giving importance for CASA. At that time, there was no concept of CASA. But in between 25 and 40, because TMI, one of the biggest thing is he is ahead of the time. All his schemes which he visualized, it came to reality in other banks after 30-40 years. In between 25 and 1940, this bank was being managed by PFI brothers. My father had two brothers, PFI and Upendra Pai. This partnership firm was managing the bank until 1942. Reserve Bank started in India, otherwise all these banks were incorporated in London. In 1932, Reserve Bank started operation in India. At that time, a sort of disciplines were incorporated in all the banks. One of the things they said you can't have a bank with a managing agent. So in 1942, the bank was, this PA brothers went out of the bank, and Dr. Pai became the full-time chairman and MD, because they said you cannot have a medical profession on one side and on one side you are sitting. So he became the full-time. Second thing is, at that time, 1940, the number of branches were 35. Imagine the first branch was in 1928 in Brahmawar. At that time, if you know the topography of South Canara, lot of rivers. Even to go to Mangalore, you have to cross 4 or 5 rivers. The first branch was in Brahmawar. You have to cross a river. So most of the 35 branches were in rural places, because wherever other banks are not there, Syndicate Bank used to go. Today, RBI, you go to, they say, rural branch, how many branches you have? At the time of nationalization, 60% of the branches of Syndicate Bank was in rural places. The first visit of Governor of Reserve Bank was in 1954, because until that time Syndicate Bank head office was in a tiled roof. And there was no, even to come to Udupi or Mangalore, you have to take a ship. The earliest was there was a Sabarmati steam navigation. It used to take 3 to 4 days to reach Udupi. So after independence, plane services are there, and in 54 he came. At that time my father gave the proposal, because my father had an idea of shifting the head office to Manipal. During the discussion, Reserve Bank governor said, see, Manipal, you don't have roads properly, you don't have hotel. If our RBI inspectors come, where to stay? The same problem was with the Vijaya Bank and Canara Bank, and as per the advice, they shifted to Bangalore. My father was very adamant that we should not go. We have started in a rural place, and we want to serve the rural people. And all the employees of our bank in the early days were from South Canara. And one thing I will tell you, unlike today, there was even if there is a fraud in Bombay, the Bombay branch was opened because here you get the deposit. To unload the funds, you have to go to Bombay. And in Bombay, when he went, first impression given by our community, our Konkani speaking community were a lot in Bombay. They said, sir, unless you have your own building, here people don't believe that if you have a building and all that, then only some credibility will come. So the first Ford branch own building was started in 1939. And mayor of Bombay came. You know, my father was always, any function, he used to invite important people, so that at that one there is no newspaper or, so that he was involving all the people. And in the early days, he was requesting all the Syndicate Bank managers to be Rotary members, and their Rotary charges were being paid by the bank, so that our managers get some community feeling. The first car of the bank was 1938, but immediately the First World War started. Until that time, my house was in Mukadniwas, head office was in Mukadniwas. There was no need of a car or anything like that. But 1936, the first car. Immediately, the First World War started in 1939, and we had to surrender the car to the government. So, for the next 5 years, we had horse-borne cart, beautifully carved cart, up to 1945. Then, actually, my early, this is all from the history which my father has written. I am telling in the few points. The early, from 1950 to 60, we used to get, at the early days, and even HNPI, they were all HNPI, you must have heard HNPI, they were all, and KLV Naik, I don't know whether you heard KLV Naik, NK Kudwa, these are all only SLC. They were saying, sir, Bombay, the RBI calls for us a meeting and all that. Our card, there are so many, when RBI calls for a meeting, unlike today, 4 or 5, there are so many small banks, big gathering. So everybody has to stand up and their card. So they were saying, KL Vinayak was saying, sir, when I go to Bombay and all that, it becomes very embarrassment. I don't have any degree. How to face? And my father said, no problem. I will give you FAG, Fellow of Academy of General Education. When Indian doctors go to England and bring a small degree, it is only a small, no, it is not a degree. You pay £50 and you get a small. Similarly, you put. Nobody is going to ask you what is your. So whenever they go to Reserve Bank, Inke Kamat, FAG, everybody was having. Some must be from England. He must have heard. Then, during the discussion of governor with my father, by that time my father has taken about 150 acres of land in Manipur. And another important issue is early advances of Syndicate. The minimum advance was 25 rupees. And all advances were mortgage based. But in South Canara, what used to happen is, since it is a community-based bank, when you go to auction in the court, if it is from a Shetty, let us say, Shetty is a very important community in this. Anything comes for auction, nobody will purchase. Baba, I will not purchase. Why to antagonize? So he started a Canara land investment. The object of this is just like ARC. Today what you call is ARC. That was started. I am the MD now of the company. Their duty is to take that asset, nurse it until you sell it to the next buyer. And Mr. Bandari was made the chief recovery officer, and one of the most successful. And RBI initially said that you can't do within your, because Canara Land Investment was also a part of our family. RBI was saying this is inside your selling and all, it is not possible. But they realized this when a coffee estate was seized, and until the next auction, they have to feed with the fertilizer or do all the things. So they said, yeah, it's a good idea, because when you see the estate or tea estate, coffee estate, this is a very good system. All what I want to tell you is all these minor things which you feel today is nothing. At that time, it was all novel idea. So when my father said, in Udupi also, one of the biggest thing is RBI's observation. Look, Canara Bank, all banks are in the process of going to Bangalore. Here you don't have even a phone. What is this? So my father said, he requested the postal department whether you can have the phone. He said, unless you have 50 connections, we will not give the phone call. 50 connections, you asked all the merchants. He said, say, every day I am meeting him. What is there to talk with him? In the evening, we all meet together. And there is no use of. So, Syndicate Bank had nearly 50 phones in one room. Our house had remaining 10, every house. And it was like this. You have to rotate. That type of phone. So the next, my father's experiment was to shift the head office to Manipur. So in 1942, he had made an agreement with the Syndicate Bank. I will give you 10 acres of land in Manipur for 2,000 rupees. You have 30 years of time to decide. So, after bank nationalization, A.K. Pai saw that, and it was his duty to exercise that. And 1972, bank was shifted to Syndicate Bank Syndicate Bank for 2,000 rupees. You can imagine now. Okay, then in early days of, am I talking more or another 1 or 2 minutes? Very, very interesting thing now comes. 1950 and 60, chairman's official. My father had one habit of going all the branches visiting. Official visit of the chairman. And we were all small people, girl, my sisters and all that. We used to accompany during summer holidays. It was a good chance for us to go. But we used to have our own bedding. Bedding means, I don't know whether you know. Bedding, hulla, and we were all staying with the manager's house, including the chairman. And we always want to go and stay in the hotel, naturally different atmosphere, different food. It is the same sambar which you give it in the house, same sambar there. So we were all telling my mother, what is this? Every time you are taking somebody's house, we don't know and all that. My father heard this. He was telling my mother, look, I want to know the condition of my manager. Because they are getting a meager house rent allowance. What is that? So, that is why I want to stay. Imagine, Pillai Commission came in 1969. Then only the regular allowances, everything came afterwards. So before, it was only ad hoc system. To such an extent, those who are going in Bombay, nobody was willing to go to Bombay because the house rent allowance was very less, or they were staying with some relatives. There was a allowance known as TFI allowance. They will go to TFI, sir, it's very, I don't have anybody to stay, I have to stay in a small chawl or something like that. Okay, you are getting this allowance. So those who are meeting TFI, there was an ad hoc system, and that system was known as TFI allowance. This is the third function I'm attending regarding the centenary. 2 days back there was a function in Bombay. I was the chief guest. That is clerical and above. They were saying, sir, Syndicate Bank is the only bank where we are all dismissed and again taken back and promoted. In 1966, there was a great strike. Bank was closed for about a month. And PGM Shanai was the main leader there. He was also dismissed. Then he became the general manager. And early 1950, an SOP was standard procedure was for banks, because at that time communication was only by telegram. What is the procedure to be followed when RBI inspectors come? A standard procedure was given. This is because in 49 or 50, they wanted to see a rural branch. Rural branch was Brahmawar. You have to cross a river. So, and there was phone. Instead of giving a telegram, all communication was through telegram, it was through the phone. He said, hey, at that time, K.V. Shanai, I don't know whether you knew his name. K.V. Shanai was the secretary. He telephoned to Brahmawar branch. Ramanath Pai was the manager. He said, we are all coming, RBI inspectors are coming. We make some snacks and coffee, tea. Poor chap, he heard it is a snake. Snake. So when they went to Brahmawar, it's a small boat. It was, the RBI inspector. So, sir, this is not I'm not telling story. The ND Parmeshwaran, who was in charge of DOS, who retired as a general manager in RBI, who retired as DOS, he was telling me, so your father is so great, they sent me in a small boat. When he reached the office, the chief manager says, with the head office, that everything, tea, coffee is ready, everything ready. Snake I am not able to get, sir. So it was a big so then a standard procedure was if RBI, if a function has to be organized, what are the things? Because communication was not there, sir. Because all these small things, because RBI was always feeling such a remote area, no, how this bank is getting, and after 1960 to 70, TFI was in charge of the bank, and new things happened, like education loan, agriculture. And agriculture, RBI objected. This is a heavy risk area. Because they were all asking, how do you know? Because Syndicate Bank is the first bank to give crop loan on standing crop. RBI's concept, because sitting in Bombay on a big building, standing crop means what? What is, Dr. Pai, standing, what is the definition of standing crop? Agricultural graduates were recruited. He came Udpa, and 50 acres of land was taken on lease. They cultivated ultra varieties of seeds, and this was given to the farmers. So per acreage yield is more, which RBI objected. You cannot sell the seeds and all that. And second thing is agriculture, 1962, a big revolution in the agriculture sector in India. India was importing at that time. So lot of emphasis was given from central, but banks were not knowing how to implement it. TFI started agricultural societies to get the fertilizer, implements, pump sets and everything. And 2 officers from the bank were deputed to run. And Syndicate Bank used to give the loan, because Syndicate Bank cannot sell a tractor or agricultural implements. So he organized various subordinate, but it was being controlled by the Syndicate Bank. Lot of schemes, sir. First, Prathama Bank was by the bank. All women's branches, 42 branches were opened before nationalization. All new innovation. And education loan. Recently, about 1 month back, one person came. He must be now 85, 90 years. He's in America. He came, sir, I want to visit Kalyanpur. Why? Sir, my air ticket was financed by Syndicate Bank in 1942. I want to give 50 lakhs rupees to your foundation to give and it should be in Kalyanpur branch only. I told him, Syndicate Bank is not there, but it is merged with another bank, Canara Bank. Okay, I want him deposit to be kept in that branch, 50 lakhs, to be given as a scholarship for our students. Because I'm telling, small loans they have given. For example, another thing, sir, I am not, within 1 minute I will close. Most important thing is Patil Puttappa. Patil Puttappa, you must be knowing, is a famous, you got Padma Vibhushan also. He returned from England in Oxford University doctorate. He's from Hubli. He came and Syndicate Bank, he came and as usual, mortgage loan was given to him. He started a newspaper, weekly known as Prapancha. Within few days, 1 year, it was closed. Then his house came for the mortgage. Imagine a PhD fellow at that time going to England and getting that education. He came to TFI and head office. They said, sir, we have put 3 times advertisement in the paper, no buyers. What to do? We have to attach it in our. TFI came and told H.N. Kamath, everybody was there. He was telling, I know that you have prepared your notes well, what to do, what in it. But have you applied your mind how to save him? The basic difference between money lending and banking is lending with heart. Money lending is only with the money. So you should know. And it gave an idea for the TFI to have small scale SSID department. He took 150 engineers. They became, because I will tell you, another person is from Nagpur. He did his engineering. He said, I am an engineer, I want to start an industry. In the SSID department, there was a big library. Which industry you can start, what is the machinery required, what is the cash flow. An engineering graduate doesn't know how to put the cash flow. At that time, before nationalization, lending was purely on relationship and mortgage. Cash flow system was not there. And Syndicate Bank used to have 2 or 3 engineers, they prepared the cash flow. These are small things, because nowadays it is all common. You can go to any chartered accountant, he will give. In those days it was very important. Then most important thing is, sir, today you have that a credit rating system, and what is the other thing, your CIBIL is there. You immediately go to the bank, you put CIBIL rating is this. In those days it was not there. Our main informers were pygmy agents. A bank manager, if he is going to Mangalore or Adoni, let us say Adoni, he is from South Canara, he is transferred to Adoni. What you will know about the local? Whenever he gives any loan, the informant is pygmy. Sir, he is having a restaurant, very good business, this happened, that happened. Like that, it was the information system. So it was because in those days time, Syndicate Bank evolved situation wherein they can get all the information from the market. Post office. And when he wanted to shift to Manipal, post office was not there. He requested post office. He said, sir, Manipal, there is no post office. How can you shift it to Manipal? Because it is a barren hill, there is no post office. So he requested all the Syndicate Bank clients. One man will go, take letters from them, come to Manipal and put it in Manipal post office. And Manipal post all the address, he requested Udupi people, whenever you get a letter, you post it, give the address to Manipal. A Syndicate Bank man will go and collect all that and distribute to all. Because unless you have 100 letters coming and 100 letters going, a post office cannot be opened. Why I am telling you is the difficulty at that, nowadays everything is easy. The difficulty at that time was so this much. And now regarding you, sir, most of the Syndicate Bank managers were part and parcel of the society. Marriages were postponed because Syndicate Bank manager is not there, he is on leave. Because they are part and parcel of the society. Syndicate Bank, 1942, Syndicate Bank, olden generation, no. Syndicate Bank, they were saying Syndicate Bank in our local language. So one day my father said, don't laugh at now. One day we will open a branch in London. That is in 1942, he said, and it came a reality in 1971. Syndicate Bank had opened a branch in London. Recently I was there in London. I think Hande or somebody told me, you Syndicate Bank is there, you see the building. So I wanted to just, I asked the taxi fellow, I wanted this road because there was some road name is there. We are talking, myself and my wife are talking, Syndicate Bank building is that with me. Immediately he said, yeah, we want to go to Syndicate Bank. You tell like that, I will take you to Syndicate Bank building. Syndicate Bank is engraved in that. It is not changed. Our head office name is changed, but that is engraved is still there. Another thing is, most important thing is regarding, one of the entrepreneurs I will tell you is Dhirubhai Ambani. He had so much love for Syndicate Bank. During the consortium meeting, he used to ask, Syndicate Bank manager is not there? Because then he finally gave instruction to the chairman, whatever consortium share you want to take, you take. Remaining thing only for other banks. And N.K. Kamath, he took N.K. Kamath, who was the then manager of the Syndicate Bank. He worked there up to 80 years, but one condition. One day when Dhirubhai came to the office, this N.K. Kamath was doing like this. He told, N.K., you have served me for 10 years. Now you have become old. Now you have to go to the house. But if you work from the house, if you sit in the house, I will give you full salary. If you come to the office, I will give you half salary. Whichever you want to do. Because he had so much love for N.K. Kamath. And he feels that N.K. Kamath in his initial days, he was so helpful. He never used to forget him. And the same thing, Patil Puttapa's biography, he has mentioned, but for Syndicate Bank, I would have committed suicide. So much love and affection for the bank. But in 1961, sir, another important thing, Syndicate Bank, RBI has said all smaller banks to merge. So Syndicate Bank in South Canara merged, Catholic Bank, Pangalnak Bank, a lot of banks were there, they are all merged. But Syndicate Bank in 1961 took a resolution. Similarly, Canara Bank in their head office, they took a resolution. What is the possibility of merging Syndicate Bank and Canara Bank? TFA went, a lot of discussions were there, they came to the father, but somehow unions in Canara Bank were not agreeing, so it came down. Sir, with these few words, I can go on talking like this for hours together, everybody is waiting. So it gave me an opportunity to express my feelings, and I have, being Manipal, one of the most advantage for me is, most of the officers I used to know. Everybody I used to know. And during KKP's time also, he used to advise, after retirement also, I used to tell KKP, you are now retired, why you want to write letters and give to the personnel department, or don't transfer him, don't do this, don't do that. KKP was telling, look, when I was in power, I used to sit in the bank up to 12 o'clock. Most of the union negotiations were done. I think Pereira must be knowing, he was Rangaswamy and Pereira were instrumental in lot of decisions were taken in chairman's office 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. So he used to say, my request for my next generation is transfer with the heart. Right time when the children are having exam, this, that, wife is sick, don't do all those things. These are small things which you can do. My father used to always tell, look, I am having nice, I am putting Vaseline. When a hair cutter comes, the same hair is on the fall. Similarly, when you are in position, try to help. Once you are not in position, don't think I should have done this, I should have done this. This is the standard advice my father was giving. Same thing. Because ultimately, people will remember this small thing. Sir, you gave me a small loan. Last word. 2 days back, one of a MIT student came. I want to meet Pajataya. I said, Pajataya is already no more, sir. I said, why you want to meet Pajataya? No, sir, I have given some small gift. I am settled down in Australia. He is now about 77. I said, what is the problem? Sir, when Pajataya was there, I was studying in the engineering college. I was not getting money in time. At that time, unlike money transfer system and all that, either it was coming through YMO. And Pajataya used to give money from the personal pocket. Don't worry, tomorrow exam fees, he used to give from the pocket. You know, what I want to tell is, managers were taking so much interest in the society. They wanted to help in every aspect. With these few words, sir, giving me opportunity and honoring my father, it was a good thing. And my father definitely will see the occasion from heaven, and he will be very, very happy. With these few words, I will conclude my.
Thank you, sir. Very good.
Okay. I request all the dignitaries on the dais and the founders members to kindly come on the stage and shower petals at the photographs of our three founders. Yeah. Another member of the founders family would like to say a few words. Welcome, madam.
Can I lower this a little bit? Yeah. Thank you. A very good morning to you all. It is said that legends, I'm sorry, it is said that great legacies never die, they live on forever. And today, this great legacy of our Syndicate Bank, which has been created by these three great men, has been around for years. And all of you, every one of you who has worked for the bank, who has served the bank, has contributed to building this legacy. And this legacy today has become a powerful magnet which has attracted all of us from different places to gather here and to commemorate the 100th year of Syndicate Bank. This is surely a proud moment for all of us. Our bank has been a pioneer in many ways. Innovative things like, I'll just name 3 or 4 because enough has been talked about this. Pratham Bank, Agri-Finance, the First Ladies branch, and pigmeat deposits, other schemes, which was innovation from Syndicate Bank was later emulated by all other banks. Even the logo of our bank is a very unique one, a dog, faithful and friendly. I remember someone asked Dr. Pai, how come you have this as your logo? His answer was so simple and clear. He said, a dog is faithful and friendly, and I want our bank to be faithful and friendly to all the clients and our customers. As simple as that. I'm so happy that you're all gathered here today, and I'm sure you all have lots of fond memories when you worked here, and you will, I'm sure, the fond memories that you have, which you will cherish forever. And when I walked into the hotel today, I was so happy to see all of you. It was like I could see the palpable excitement, each one trying to catch up with the other. And I'm so happy that I was honored by Mrs. Pereira. Evelyn is a friend of mine, and we were batchmates in college. Thank you. Thank you all very much for having us here today. And I hope you all have a great time in Manipal, catching up with each other. And I thank the organizers too. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Just as you are happy, the entire gathering is happy because of your family. Sir Ashok Pai, we would like to tell you that it was the most scintillating address that we have heard about the history of Syndicate Bank. We are all aging, we forget many things, but what information you gave is getting registered in our brain. So thank you for revising the history of Syndicate Bank. That is not only because it's coming from the son of the founder, we can say it is coming from the horse's mouth. Thank you very much. Now it is a time for tea break. So we have a short tea break, which is at the end of the hall here. Please join. The founder's family is also welcome for the tea break.
Please come, sir.
Hello, your attention please. We would like to continue with the program. May I request all to occupy their seats. Thank you. They should understand. They should understand. They should understand. Yeah, exactly. That to all seniors. All seniors. I'd like to repeat again. I request you to kindly occupy a seat. We would like to continue with the program. Thank you. Sir, please occupy the seats on the dais. Sir, you are next. All right. Your attention, please. Please occupy your seats. We would like to continue with the program. Thank you. Now is the time to listen to our chief guest, Mr. Alan C.A. Pereira. Please be seated. May I request Mr. Alan C.A. Pereira to come and give the chief guest address.
Namaste. Good morning. Esteemed Sri Arun Srivastavaji, Sri Mallikarjun Rao ji, Sri T.K. Srivastavaji, Mr. Sujir Prabhakar, all my colleagues, Indians, I think, in fact, I don't know where to begin and where to end, because we had a wonderful, nostalgic walk down the memory lane when true members of the founders' family took us down the lane, and many of the amazing things that Syndicate Bank had done, I wanted to say, but it's good that they said it, because that came from the heart. It is indeed a wonderful privilege to be here this morning to commemorate 100 years of a banking legend that has shaped the lives of millions, including hours and earned a place of pride in India's banking ecosystem as a people's bank. The two monumental publications, one is the Golden Jubilee commemorative volume of 1975, the other one during the Platinum Jubilee, and above all, I still have the 4 volumes of the bank's Manual of Instructions. You know, when I was given in marriage to 2 other banks, so I carried them, and whenever I found that, and I must say, we had one of the wonderful banking operating system, standard operating protocol of Syndicate Bank. Don't be surprised if I say that when I was here as a probationary officer, there used to be people from senior positions from other banks, particularly from the south-based banks, coming to Manipal, and I had to assist them to compare our operating procedure and theirs, especially in credit and HR. And I remember we were the standard bearers. And though I find that they occupy a lot of space in my library, I have no heart to dispose it of anywhere, because even today, for us who joined banking and during training period, M.L. Tennant's Banking Law and Practice was the gospel. But I would say that if you read the 4 volumes of Syndicate Bank's Manual of Instructions, you can pass any banking exam, even MCOM. It's so beautifully written, very beautifully written, and more particularly the foreign exchange manual, which was written during the time of I. Miles Francis. So these are memories which I cherish. So during my service in Syndicate Bank spread over 33 years, I witnessed, I experienced, and learned practical philosophy of banking that guided the founders, the illustrious founders, and their illustrious successors for decades. I have realized that this philosophy is good and relevant for all times, even in the present time when we are getting into digital banking, and now we are being pushed into artificial intelligence powered banking. But those timeless philosophies, some of them, Sri Ashok Pai very beautifully narrated with anecdotes. In fact, I had written them down, but I will not repeat them. But I want to tell you that that was a marvelous presentation. And I'm going to share with you a few principles that I have found timeless. One is, be a banker for every banking need as a long-term, sustainable growth strategy. We have been experimenting with niche banking, universal banking, and specialized banking. But kindly note that there is a limitation for all of them. But if you are a bank for every banking need, then I think you will have a business for all times to come. Otherwise, somebody else will take a piece of your pie, and then you will be left with a smaller piece of the cake. Okay? That's what I learned, because I worked in 2 other banks, and I found this philosophy is very practical. The next one I very much keep in my heart is, be a people-centric bank, accessible, affordable, responsible, and reliable. The next one, which is embedded in my memory of my experience in Syndicate Bank, is best of technology and knowledge should go hand in hand with the best of attitudes. Customer-centric, customer is the king, and importantly, no one is too small or too big. And that Sri Ashok Pai very nicely put it when he explained certain incidents in the lives of the founders. Last but not the least, do not underestimate the wealth at the bottom of the economic and social pyramid. I learned it in Syndicate Bank. My first posting as a branch manager was in Agasam, Goa, a fishing village. I'm not going to give details, but I found that if you go with all humility and meet the local people, your coffers will be filled. And I can only say briefly is, all the children in the village, way back in 1980, opened a bank account in the Syndicate Bank in Agasai. In less than 3 months, we mobilized 40,000. In 80s, 40,000 was a big sum from school children. All because my staff wanted to bring the children into the banking system. And my staff said, sir, let us cut down these huge counters, let them make them half. So we made one of the counters half, because the children wanted to come and fill up the forms themselves. And then every month they'll come and compare each other's balance. And there used to be, like yesterday evening, all of us were like high school students, we were yesterday. As if we all come on a holiday for grandparents' house. Am I right? There's so much of enthusiasm and camaraderie. I was amazed, and I thought all of us are children and grandchildren who have come back to our grandparents' home, and we just had an amazing time. As you already know, we were a pioneer in financial inclusion globally, not only in India. Much before Professor Mohammed Yunus started his rural banking in Bangladesh, for which he won Nobel Prize. I wish Dr. T.A. Pai had also got a Nobel Prize for the financial inclusion. That was an amazing scheme. I have gone to different parts of India, remote villages, including Naxalite villages, where nobody has gone. This kind of saving can bring you amazing results. To be very brief, in Oriental Bank of Commerce, where CHH Mallikarjun Rao was there, we had a campaign without advertisements for school children with a small incentive, free accident insurance of 50,000 for a minimum balance of 500. The logic was, if you put an advertisement for any banking scheme, it is to cost us 80 lakhs for an all India advertisement. This insurance scheme we got for less than 40 lakhs. And 600,000 school children opened bank accounts. That means for the next 10 years at least, they would be our customers. So when we advertise for a bank scheme, we don't know how many are really going to use it. But here visibly, 600,000 school children opened bank account in Oriental Bank of Commerce. I repeated the exercise in Bank of Maharashtra. That time the problem was in Vidarbha, so we mobilized 300,000 children in less than 3 months for banking accounts. Though there were suicides and debt problems, what I want to say is that this principle which Dr. T.M. Pai launched in 1928 is a timeless principle. Wealth at the bottom of the pyramid is underestimated. Don't underestimate that. It holds good even in modern times. And as Mr. Ashok Pai rightly put it, when there was a distressed land sale in this part of the country, they started the Canada Land Investment to ensure that landholders did not sell in distress. There was a value creation. The rural branch banking between 1946 and 55, I don't know, you know about it, a very unique experiment where rural branch managers were not full-time employees of the bank. They were picked up from the local society, responsible people, school teachers, retired government employees, who used to operate the banking facility from their homes or their business center, for which they have not paid any rent. No salary, no rent, but commission on the basis of the business mobilized. This went on between 1946 and 1955. It reminded me of the modern concept of business correspondent, right? So you can imagine, way back in 1928, 30s, someone in this remote, hilly place thinks about a concept which has taken nearly 40 more years to come into the formal banking system. Then followed the pioneering act of, as he rightly put it, the agriculture finance, industrial finance. The best thing agriculture finance Age was made profitable because we just did not lend and forget and then went for recovery. No. The bank had a system, as I said, of farm representatives who would handhold the farmer to ensure that he adopted the best practices. We later on forgot it, and so agriculture finance became a risky business. It became a risky business because we gave up the philosophical part of it. We went into only the commercial part of it. To be very brief, this was the bank which followed the road less traveled. There is a book called The Road Less Traveled. When I read it, my memory goes back to 40, 50 years of Syndicate history. And went alone where few dare to go. It went to places in business where few dare to go. And did not come out with burnt fingers. It came out with flying colors, which is remembered even today. I remember I had no privilege of working when Dr. T.M.A. Pai was alive or in the bank. When I joined in 1973, after some time, he was invited to give a motivational talk to us, probationary officers. So a batch of us went to his house, Smriti Bhavan, where he used to stay then. And after a lot of this one, he told us one thing: young men, don't just be a banker. Be a banker with a heart. So, what you'll realize is the best of knowledge, best of technology may make you a very prominent banker. But for the banking system, you have to both use your head and your heart. And then only you establish a relationship where people will remember you for more than a century. And that's what exactly is happening when all of us are present here. Last evening, I was overwhelmed by the energy, enthusiasm that was in full flow. It was like all children and grandchildren had come together for a grand, once-in-a-lifetime celebration. I don't know how many of you will disagree with me. It was a wonderful experience to see everyone as young and enthusiastic as one can be, confirming the popular belief that age is a function of the mind and not of the body. A great round of applause I solicit from all of you for everyone who has put heart and soul into making this gathering an awesome experience of a lifetime. Thank you very much. And I wish and pray we meet again for an even more vibrant celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a short and a very sweet address with tips on banking for a better banking area. Now it's a time to listen to our guests of honors. I would request CHSS Mallikarjuna Rao, former MD and CEO of Punjab National Bank, to give his address. He started as a PO in Bank of Maharashtra and served for 18 years. Joined Global Trust Bank on merger with Oriental Bank of Commerce in 2004. Got elevated as General Manager in OBC until he was appointed as Executive Director of Syndicate Bank. Successfully implemented bank transformation in Allahabad Bank, achieved amalgamation of Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank of India into Punjab National Bank, which has become one of the largest banks in the country next to State Bank of India. Currently independent director on the board of Axis Bank Limited, another popular bank in our country, doing very well. Director on the board of Indian Financial Technology and Allied Services. Non-official independent director on the board of Nuclear Power Corporation, from banking to nuclear. Independent Director on the Board of National Urban Cooperative Finance and Development Corporation Limited. Independent Director on the Board of Finance Industry Development Council, a representative body of NBFCs. Sir, our gathering is eager to hear you. I would request our dignitaries to kindly keep their mobiles on silent. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I am really privileged to stand in front of you. Wonderful banking experts on the dais, respected Sri Pereira sir, respected Sri Arun Srivastava sir, respected Sri T.K. Srivastava sir, and Mr. Sujit Prabhakar, and a wonderful gathering to celebrate the centenary from the foundation of Syndicate Bank. It's really nostalgic for me to look back in my career and to see how many times the name of Syndicate Bank has reverberated in my mind ever since my childhood. I'm sure you must be aware that Syndicate Bank has 4 lead districts in the state of Andhra Pradesh: Kurnool, Kadapa, Anantapur, and Nellore, if I am right. And I have graduated from Kurnool. So you must be clearly aware as to how Syndicate Bank has been part and parcel of my life. Though I worked only for a couple of years as an executive director, to leave the imprints of memory in my life forever. It is very aptly said that the history of a nation or history of an institution is nothing but the history of the people who are contributing to the nation or the institution, which we have seen very aptly since morning, how the family members of the founders of Syndicate Bank were very nostalgic in their expression of feelings with respect to how Syndicate Bank has evolved over a period of time, ever since it was founded. It was really astonishing to understand some of the facts. Probably we may not have been aware. I don't say we, I would not have been aware, because many of you must have been definitely known to that. At every point of time, Syndicate Bank has challenged the regulator as to why I can't do the business in this way, whether it's from agriculture or even pygmy collection, the kind of reaching out to the entrepreneur. Otherwise, the days were when banks started, people had to come to the bank for satisfying their banking requirements, if at all they need that. But whereas Syndicate Bank was the first pioneer bank in reaching out to the entrepreneurs for collecting the money, whatever is available, and deposit in the bank. So it is really wonderful time, and I'm really privileged to be part of these centenary celebrations. When I was given to understand that whether I can participate, I've taken the first opportunity to come to that. Even if you have seen the evolution of Syndicate Bank, like even Pereira have said, there were certain business groups who have grown over a period of time, have given an opportunity to Syndicate Bank the first right of refusal for serving them. And the business group which Mr. Ashok Pai has indicated in his speech is none other than Reliance Group. For many years, I'm sure, until the Syndicate Bank got merged with Canara Bank, Syndicate Bank had a first right of refusal if any requirement is there for the Reliance Group. If they seek something, they will say first we'll go to Syndicate Bank. If they say no, we cannot serve, then only we'll go to other bank. He was indicating about the consortium lending or consortium participation, whereupon Syndicate Bank was given to first option to how much they can decide, and remaining only will go to other banks. That kind of a reputation Syndicate Bank has built. When I was going through my career or spending my career in banking, I've heard Syndicate Bank being a pioneer in treasury as well. Because many of the banks, when they were handling treasury, whenever there was a requirement of some element of testing in the treasury or in the market by Reserve Bank of India, Syndicate Bank was one of the banks where RBI will consult and see what could be the repercussion if this kind of an intervention is required in the market. That was the kind of reputation Syndicate Bank has built over a period of time. When we look back and see with little amount of an emotion that this kind of a bank which has built over a period of time in the economy of our country, today it does not exist. Whatever could be the decision, I don't think we can have any negative thinking in our mind, because over a period of time, if you have seen in the history of our country, economic history of our country, many amalgamations have taken place, whether it is in the public sector arena or private sector arena. When the amalgamation takes place, the pain will always remain. And the pain particularly of emotions of the people who belong to an organization when it gets merged is much higher. The first kind of such an event has happened in the year 1990 when New Bank of India was merged with Punjab National Bank. That was the first kind of a merger within the public sector space, which the entire ecosystem in the public sector space was not ready to adopt and move forward, because they did not have any experience in the past. So there was no use case scenario for them. As a result, the pain was more in that merger compared to the subsequent mergers which have come up. In the private sector space, we have seen the year 1993-94 was the start of allowing new generation private sector banks coming into the country, serving the people. And there also we have seen many banks have come, many banks have become part of the system in getting merged. If you look at the Bank of Punjab, Centurion Bank getting together and again getting merged with HDFC Bank, then Lord Krishna Bank getting merged with HDFC Bank, then Global Trust Bank, where I was part of it, after joining within 1.5 years, it got merged with Oriental Bank of Commerce. It was really a perplexing situation for me, since I have worked for 18 years in Bank of Maharashtra, taken a very big decision of resigning and joining a private sector bank, which was a very progressive private sector bank at that point of time. When the merger came up, it was really very difficult in my mind to think, because I had an offer from other private sector banks to join. But there was thinking in the mind that Providence is pushing me to again continue in a public sector bank, when it got met with the public sector bank of Oriental Bank of Commerce. That's how I have continued there. Coming back to, again, mergers on the situation, then again we have seen large scale mergers in the year 2020, orchestrated by Government of India, with a progressive thinking in their mind, probably that Indian economy is moving in a direction whereby we need large banks, large size banks, wherein the appetite of risk in catering to the requirement of economy in terms of lending should be much higher. Second point was, there was no point in having 20 banks owned by government serving almost a similar kind of services to the public. When the nationalization took place and subsequently in the year 1990, it was different because these banks were nationalized based on certain criteria, but they were serving to different geographies in the country. But over a period of time, all these banks have wished to become all India banks, and they have opened the branches across the country. As a result, by the time, the kind of a decision government had to take, we have seen that all the 20 banks are present across the country serving similar type of businesses. That is where probably, depending upon the future of economy, requirement of the country has decided to merge. And if you look at from the bird's eye view, there are some banks which had to be merged, there are some banks which had to remain and take it forward. That is the reason why, when I started by saying that definitely emotionally it would be a very draining point in our mind the more and more we think about the existence of Syndicate Bank. But when we look at from the bird's eye view, we think that probably in the evolution of banking in our country, there were many banks which had to leave their existence but contribute in strengthening the bank wherein they become part of. That is how Syndicate Bank has become part of Canara Bank, to strengthen the business and capability of Canara Bank to stand probably at number 3 or number 4 currently in the country in terms of the business state. Now again we are hearing there are news that probably government may again go for mergers, and even if government says one sentence, 100 inferences will be drawn, and you will find today social media being very, very active. Many combinations do come up. But as a banker, I'm sure you must be definitely aware that the kind of social media news which comes may not be anywhere near to the reality. For example, somebody says Central Bank of India and Bank of Maharashtra will go to either Bank of India, Bank of Baroda or something like that. We all very clearly know that the CBS systems are different. So it's not possible for the different CBS systems to be brought together to merge. We know it is how difficult it is. Even the last time merger when it took place in year 2020, it was the CBS which has defined. In fact, there were a lot of thinking as to why Syndicate Bank has gone to Canara Bank, because both are in the same area. And there will be superfluous of branches. And how do you handle that? But there is no choice, because both are in iFlex solution. There was no other bank which was handling iFlex solution. And it was very difficult for the bank to come out of one system and go to other. And we have seen Indian Overseas Bank and Corporation Bank struggling hard when they left LaserSoft Corporation, came to CBS, that is Infosys. And Indian Overseas Bank has left their own application of CBS and came to Infosys. So these are again different type of considerations, but the objective at the government level remained that we wanted to have larger banks with great amount of appetite to take care of the economy when the economy is growing well, and it is expected to grow well over a period of time. Coming back, I really again repeat, I'm privileged to be here, and I'm privileged to be here only because I've served in Syndicate Bank for a couple of years as an executive director. But much more than that, I've indicated how I've been associated or listening to the name of Syndicate Bank since my childhood. The first indication I had given since I had graduated in Kurnool way back in the year 1981. During the entire process of my probably 10th standard and onwards, I've been hearing the name of Syndicate Bank. Though those days it was very difficult for us to have a bank account because you don't have anything to put in the bank in those days. But the name of Syndicate Bank was very clear because it was a lead bank in Kurnool. Then when I joined as a probationary officer in Kolhapur in Bank of Maharashtra in the year 1985, my roommate was a probationary officer in Syndicate Bank. He was there in Syndicate Bank and we were roommates. We were cooking together to remain there, being a South Indians, not able to adjust to the new environment in terms of food. Slowly we have adjusted ourselves. But then a lot of people were there in Syndicate Bank whom I have known. In fact, one of the gentlemen is sitting here, Mr. John Martin. I have known him in those days, 1985-86. Later on, when I joined as an executive director, then I met him. Then, as it was indicated about my CV in the beginning, after serving for 18 years, which I call it as a soldiership in Bank of Maharashtra. Why I say soldiership? I've been branch manager there for 10 years. I've been a credit officer there for 4 years. And I've handled even IT as well as an IT officer in those 18 years. So the soldiership has been very strong. And then I thought probably the private banking scenario is moving very forward in terms of technology adoption and serving the community very well. And then I've shifted to Global Trust Bank in 2003 February. Within 1.5 years, as the history has gone forward, it got merged with Oriental Bank of Commerce, and I've continued there. Now again, the association of Syndicate Bank started in the year 2006 when Pereira joined as an executive director of Oriental Bank of Commerce. And by providence goes, I was promoted in AGM when he was the chairman of the committee. And I have attended the interview there in Oriental Bank of Commerce. Then I became general manager, got selected and came to Syndicate Bank to have a first-hand experience and exposure in Syndicate Bank. So all along all these days, Syndicate Bank was reverberating in my mind or in my ears as a known bank, friends working there, and an executive who was involved in promoting me as an assistant general manager. But the first time I came here to experience what I had been hearing all along since my college days. It was a wonderful experience of 2 years that I had here. Excellent, to say the least, because I can never forget in my life how I had handled there. More importantly, more than saying about only nostalgic words or superlative terms what we use, it is a position as an executive director which has given me the confidence to handle the leadership role in the future challenges to be faced by me when I came to Syndicate Bank. The first of it we had faced on 8th of November 2016 when demonetization was declared by Government of India. I am sure all are aware that the bank had to, not only Syndicate Bank, but the entire banking fraternity in the country had to work very hard in meeting the requirements of the government. I'll tell you that is one of the biggest challenges the entire banking fraternity had faced in that year. That was one of the, again, very important decisions or important events that have happened whereupon the leadership in every bank was tested to the core in order to meet the requirement of Government of India as well as the Reserve Bank of India. And we have seen many other challenges after a very long period of time. If you remember in the year 2017, we have gone for a QIP, Qualified Institutional Placement, when we have gone to the market and we wanted capital to be increased. And that was the first time when government also declared that in public sector banks roughly around 3 lakh crore capital they have infused. And Syndicate Bank also we have tried our best to get the money from the capital. At that time, Mr. Rego was the MD in Syndicate Bank. That was another challenge after a longer period of gap for infusing the capital because we were starving of capital. I'm sure you must be aware that as on that date, if you look at in the year 2017, as many as 11 of 20 public sector banks were under PCA, prompt corrective action imposed by Reserve Bank of India. That was an offshoot of asset quality review conducted by Reserve Bank of India. As a result, many of the banks, capital has erosion and we were breaching the parameters put by Reserve Bank of India, as a result of which these 11 banks were under PCA. And Syndicate Bank has tough time. Syndicate Bank, I am sure, was not under PCA at that time. There were other banks which were under PCA. So Syndicate Bank had to come out of that benchmark level by increasing the capital. So that was another challenge which we had at the leadership level we had to face. It would not have been a challenge under normal circumstances. It was a challenge because there was no response in the market. Because market said, you may say many things, but we discount your face value. And we don't think that whatever you say is correct. Because our assessment of your face is completely down. That was the market condition at the time when all the public sector banks had to go for capital infusion. So this was another incident where testing the leadership to get ready for future challenges. And in the year 2018, I was selected by Government of India to head Allahabad Bank, a bank under PCA. That was under PCA. So when under PCA, you are aware clearly that you cannot lend as if you want because your capital is not there. You need to reduce your net NPA ratio. So all those 4 parameters of capital, net NPA ratio, then leverage ratio, these factors were there which have led to imposition of PCA. So that was the challenge in front of me, taking an independent responsibility after having had tutelage under the seniors like Arun Srivastav sir and then Mr. Rego. Then I've taken the independent responsibility to head that bank. The immediate challenge for me was to bring the bank out of PCA. With all the greater efforts of the involvement of entire staff, I joined in September 2018 and by February 2019, government was gracious enough to, RBI was gracious enough to bring Allahabad Bank out of PCA. That was the parameters we have satisfied except the capital. Then I requested the secretary at that time, Rajiv Kumar was there, who later on became Chief Election Commissioner. He was satisfied with the performance of Corporation Bank and Allahabad Bank at that time. Then he said, since you are out of those 3 parameters, the 1 parameter of capital, I am ready to give more money. So at that time, for both of us, he had given almost 8,000 crores for coming out of PCA. So that was one achievement of confidence which is given to me when I am leading a bank. Then subsequently, immediately by 2018 August, the Government of India has declared mergers. One fine day, they called every MD into the DFS office. And we were not aware what is going to be the discussion. These kind of social media prior discussion as to what Niti Aayog was doing and what government was thinking was not there. Then on 30th of August, we were all stunned to listen to Secretary of DFS to indicate that these are all the banks which are going to be merged. Incidentally, on that day, I was sitting with Padmaja, who was heading Indian Bank. We both were sitting together. Then I asked Rajiv Kumar ji, sir, who is going to take whom? Whether I should be taking over Padmaja's bank or she will be taking over my bank, Allahabad Bank. He was laughing at me. He asked only one question, which is stronger in terms of profitability? I said, sir, Indian Bank, you have to go there. There's no choice. The reason was Number of branches, Allahabad Bank was bigger. Number of employees, Allahabad Bank was bigger. In terms of business, Allahabad Bank was bigger. But in terms of NPA, in terms of strength of the balance sheet and profitability, Indian Bank was much superior. So you had no choice. So here you see the merger, how it happens. It is not driven by the size. Only because you have more branches, only because you have got more employees, only because you have got more business. No. It is strength, inner strength, how it is defined. That is the only combination. If you look at all other combinations, they were smaller. This is the only combination where the size of Allahabad Bank was bigger than Indian Bank, but there was no choice because Allahabad Bank just came out of the PCA and still the parameters were very tight in terms of improvement, and the merger has taken place. The moment merger has taken place, naturally, an MD of merging bank cannot have the merged entity. It's a very natural process, isn't it? So it was very clear on that day that Padmaja will handle the merged bank. Then I spoke to additional secretary and said, what will you do with me? Then he said, don't worry, you will have a higher responsibility, but I can't say anything at this point of time. Then we had the kind of an emotions probably Syndicate Bank also would have had. On the day of the declaration on 30th of August, incidentally, all the wives of GMs were in my house in Calcutta. They were having a meeting there. They burst into crying inconsolably. Because it was the oldest bank as on that date. You look at the combination. Allahabad Bank was the oldest bank in the public sector space. It was a bank promoted by the Europeans. It was a bank headed by Europeans until 1969. Only after nationalization, the heads of the bank were from the Indian ecosystem. So the emotions even at that time for the people, like you must have definitely had at that point of time, were very huge. But the time heals all these kind of emotions over a period of time. Then suddenly I got a call from Secretary DFS stating that be ready to join immediately. You will be going to Punjab National Bank. And then the note was at the PMO level for getting approval. Then I got only 3-4 days notice and immediately I've joined in Punjab National Bank. Then the challenges what I had faced in Allahabad Bank were multiplied or manifold when I joined Punjab National Bank, because I had to take 2 more banks. And one of them is my own bank, Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank of India. That was more difficult because, see, the cultures of banks also differ over a period of time. If you tell me without any prejudice to the area, I consider western part of the banking, because of the time and pressure on them to complete the work, is considered to be having better work culture, followed by southern part of the country, followed by northern part of the country, and next comes the eastern part of the country. Is not my viewpoint, it is generic viewpoint across the, not only banking and any other service industry. So naturally, north means it is a little amount of challenge in terms of enforcing, and that too after the merger, 2 banks from north are coming together and one is coming from the east. And the bank coming from the east was still tottering under PCA, because it could not come out of PCA, though many banks have come out of PCA by that time. That was another challenge we had. Then, as if these challenges were not sufficient, you're all aware, the COVID has come in March 2020. Because now you imagine in merger what happens, you need to merge the banks and you need to identify the superfluous existence of staff and you need to move them. Probably you may be planning for future to merge the branches as well, or otherwise you will find Syndicate Bank and Canara Bank, one on the first floor and another on the ground floor, because both are from the same geography. Similar is the case in Punjab National Bank and Oriental Bank of Commerce, in the states of Punjab, Haryana and Delhi, and in some part of other areas, you will have 2 branches in first floor and ground floor. These were challenges. Now merging 2 branches means it is not only merging the business, you need to relocate the people. Now relocation during the COVID is another challenge. And Punjab National Bank being in Delhi, it is another big challenge, because every day there will be a complaint against you to the Prime Minister directly. No other person will be there in between. But why I'm explaining to you is not because to eulogize myself that I have done something great. It is only to tell you that in the ecosystem, when you become as a leader in the banking, all the experiences what you gain over a period of time only give you confidence. No leader can be born just like that. You get the capability to handle the tough situations only when you go through your challenges over a period of time, right from the beginning till you reach the position. So I keep Syndicate Bank in my heart as a very important assignment, even though it was only for 2 years, that it was the bridge between being led and leading. Because up to general manager, even if you are handling a very high role as a department head, but you have an ED and MD to look at them in case of any crisis or a difficult situation. But the same thing, if you become an ED, you are in a position where you need to take a decision, even if MD is there, but you can't say for everything you go to MD, then you are ridiculous in your position. So you become irrelevant in the position as an executive director. So if you want to prove your relevance, you need to be ready to take the decision. That is the period of 2 years which has given me enormous confidence to lead in years to come for the next 3.5 years as an MD of 2 banks. And today when I retired or superannuated 3 years back from Punjab National Bank, I kept my head high because the challenges were many which I could overcome during a period of time. Give only 2 examples. One, PNB had has a 100% subsidiary in London called PNB International Limited, which was under watch list for 4 years by the regulator of London, Prudential Regulatory Authority, PRA, and there is another 2 regulators are there compared to in India where we have an RBI. So the moment I joined on 1st of October at Calcutta and traveled, second being holiday on that evening, and third I reported in the head office of Punjab National Bank, October 2019, I got a call from RBI saying that you need to go to London urgently because there is a change in the MD position. They want to hear from you with respect to what is your future plan for PNB International Limited because it is under watch list for the last more than 3 years. Now, another important incident which I did not tell you, that in 2017 February, Nirav Modi incident has happened. So the entire bank was reeling under a lot of, you can say, the demotivated levels in the employees because the name of PNB got maligned for a larger period of time. That was when we had to improve step up the motivation levels of the entire employee workforce and deal with the situation. September 2019, Government of India has given 16,000 crores to PNB because it had to book loss of 14,000 crores because of Nirav Modi case. Because it had to pay money to all the people against the SBLC, which you are all aware, I don't go into detail. Now at that point of time, when the London has called, the indications have come to me, what is the reason I should go there? I have to give a letter to them saying that in case of requirement, I will be contributing capital to the PNB International Limited. When I asked my government director, he said, what is the trouble you are talking about? We have given you 16,000 crores, how can you give capital to others? Then I requested Reserve Bank of India. Reserve Bank of India said, no, you have to listen to them, otherwise they will not allow you to function there. So then I had to convince government saying that, have confidence on me, I don't need capital, I will not give capital to PNB International, but I need to give a letter to satisfy them. If I don't give a letter, they will not allow the bank to function. So that was the starting point of the challenge from PNB International. And the good thing is that we worked very hard by involving a international agency for remediation, Alvarez and Marshall, and we came out of the watch list. In the year 2021 August, PRA, Prudential Regulatory Authority, has sent a letter to RBI appreciating the work done by Punjab National Bank in improving the health of PNB International Limited, and they brought out of the watch list at that time. The second incident was, we had a joint venture in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is one of the Russian conglomerate countries. It is very difficult to do the business there as a banker. Only Canara Bank and State Bank of India have branches there. No other bank has branches in those countries, Russian countries. And we don't know how to do the business within ourselves because we are struggling with the domestic status. And how can you do business by going to some other country? It would have been very difficult. And in Kazakhstan, the regulation is also very weak. Again, I have invoked the help of Srivastava sir, requested him to be on the board of Kazakhstan Bank so that we can control See, by sitting in Delhi, it would not have been possible. And the problem in Kazakhstan, you see, I tell you, the predicaments of top management or MD or ED, what happens? If I visit to Kazakhstan, I will not know the reality. The reason is all the people will surround me by meeting the Prime Minister, President, Governor of that regulator, RBI, whatever you call. And then they will tell a very good story and then leave it. You will not have a first-hand way to understand what is happening there. So, when I joined the first invitation, I have turned down. I said, I don't come. Because as an MD, you go there, you are the ultimate authority. And based on whatever they say, even if a small sentence you speak there, it becomes a law to be implemented immediately. So I said, I will not visit. Then I have sent my ED to go there. And I asked him to understand what is happening there. And we realized that larger stake is PNB, but if you look at the total of larger stake of other groups, local, their total is higher than us, but they are split into 4 or 5 people, so they don't come under the majority stake. As a result, their regulator is asking PNB to put capital, because capital is erosion, because those guys have taken loans and become NPA, which will not happen in our country, but that happens there. And we had no choice but to send that company, that bank, joint venture into liquidation. That is at the point of time for taking a decisive measures. I have requested Srivastava sir to be on the board there. And then we worked very hard and ultimately we took a decision in spite of opposition at the government level, because the diaspora, Indian diaspora has complained to Prime Minister that how can you close there. RBI has also supported us. The Deputy Governor, Mr. Vishwanathan, I have discussed with him. He said, if you are able to convince the government, you can go ahead with the issue. We have liquidated that. These kind of examples I have just put before you as a banker to only indicate that how Syndicate Bank has helped me to develop my leadership quality and to be decisive when there is a requirement. Please remember, studying or increasing the knowledge is different. Soiling your hands is different. There are 3 to 4 important areas in banking. One is credit, another is risk management, next is technology, the 4th one is treasury. These are the 4 specializations. In the earlier days when we started banking, people with some amount of knowledge were able to manage these departments well. But today, unless you work in those departments and get first-hand expertise and experience, even at the leadership level, you will not be able to manage. That is the kind of challenge we have seen over a period of time, how the banking has improved. Once again, I express my sincere thanks to the entire organizing team of the centenary celebrations, who had given a wonderful opportunity to me to stand in front of you and share some of my thought process, and to tell you very importantly that Syndicate Bank has been part of my life right from my college days, and which will ever remain. As you people think, because you've been part of the bank, even if the bank is today not there, it will remain in your minds because you've worked here, toiled here for a longer duration of time. Thank you very much once again for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for clearly spelling out your journey right from Bank of Maharashtra to Global Trust Bank to Oriental Bank of Commerce, Allahabad Bank, and then to Punjab National Bank. I don't know what the future holds for you in your current assignments. Thank you very much, and we are all proud that you hold Syndicate Bank in high esteem, and it has helped mold your career. Thank you once again. Now is the time to listen to Mr. T.K. Srivastava, our former ED. A postgraduate in Commerce, MCOM, and Master of Management Studies, MMS, with CIB. Served in Union Bank of India for 37 years. As Executive Director of Syndicate Bank for nearly 3 years. And served as advisor to ITI Limited, Bangalore. Served as a faculty for 10 years in Union Bank and was closely associated with IT implementation. Successfully rolled out CBS in all the branches. Managed to roll out 1,500 branches in CBS in less than 6 months. Union Bank was the first large bank to achieve 100% CBS status, was responsible for setting up data center, DR site, was instrumental in implementing bank's security infrastructure, was hired by ITI Bangalore as advisor, member of the working group of RBI on technology and adoption in RRBs, member of the IT advising committee of Star Union and DIEH. Sir, the time is yours now.
So, good afternoon. The lunch is getting delayed. I will not take much time. Respected Pereira ji, Arun Srivastava ji, Mallikarjun ji, Prabhakar ji, my colleagues here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, since morning we are hearing about Syndicate Bank, and rightly said by starting from the founders and other speaker, that a great bank was born 100 years back. And we are celebrating here the 100 years journey of this bank. At the same time, I have some pain in my heart also. I wish and it could have happened that we would have not been merged and we could have taken up some other bank to continue with our legacy, but destiny is fixed. For many obvious reasons, banks were merged and different opinions are there for merging in favor of and against also. When there was a period about 1 year, many of you were my colleagues were working at that time, when we didn't have the CMD and we didn't have the other ED also, and I had to join hands with all of you, those were and carry on the bank. So that time, one of our board member who was a management professor, that time merger talks were going on. So he asked me if we merge all the IIMs, because he was from IIMs, whether it will be a wise decision to work more proficiently. That time talks were only going on. I said, okay, whatever you are saying, I am understanding. Let's see that. Because banks are working with in the hands of owners. So EDs and MDs have to speak, even IB has to speak, where you are getting the salary, and maybe here and there we may speak our own in out of my heart, but most of the time we have to in with that. So with that reference, I said that I wish and it could have existed. I have a very emotional attachment with the Syndicate Bank, and I am not going to discuss here that what Syndicate Bank has inherent strength, because since morning all you are hearing this. Again repeating this will not be fair on my part. But I will tell you that what Syndicate Bank is having, which I have seen and helped me to build up my confidence and to build up the business. The first thing which comes to my mind, what Syndicate Bank is having, is the simplicity. I have not seen any other bank more simpler than Syndicate Bank. It may be constituted as a weakness also, but it is said that it is easy to be difficult, but difficult to be easy. So simple, if you are simple, you win the 50% of the race. And that was happening with the Syndicate Bank. When I will give you some examples just to make live how I am saying simple. When I came to Syndicate Bank, I was coming from a large bank and very progressive bank. And Bombay-based bank and Bombay-based banks are little highlighted. So I was sitting with the chairman and the other ED, and we were talking how to gear up the business and all that. So one of the things I expressed that, see sir, whenever I go to the branches, in very early months I am telling you, I see that the boards are not good. You remember blue color boards? In the branches, somewhere, maybe painted 10 years back, 5 years back, and it doesn't have a visibility. And when you go to the branch decor, it is further, if you compare with the State Bank of India, Canara Bank or Union Bank or Bank of Baroda. And that time, I think about 5 years back, Bank of Baroda has rebranded, Union Bank has, many banks have rebranded. But this simple bank has never thought of it. So then chairman said कि कितना खर्चा होगा इसमें क्या होगा. So I had some estimates. I told that it's a big expenditure, but it is worth doing. I think Mr. Saxena was at that time GAD GM or somebody else. So we thought that okay, we will do it, and we will do it in a time-bound manner and with very precisely the same color and everything. And this simple people and simple bank made it possible just in two or 3 months. Big thing. Just in 3 months, all banks' boards were changed, and this color was adopted. So being simple is good, but at the same time, adoption is also good. I remember the schemes and everything was going on as all banks were going on. And this was a difficult time for me, for the bank also. When chairman was not there, the second ED, we had 2 EDs. So one ED is retired and I was left alone. So one side of the thing can be that I have to carry on till some new CMD and new ED resumes. That option would have been there. Other option was there, that opportunity is there. So all GMs, I spoke to them. If you remember the first meeting which we had after that incident, where all GMs were on the boardroom and others were on the video conferencing. And I asked everybody to stand up this occasion and let us show that what is the strength we are having. This simplicity, how much strength it is having. And if you remember, I will tell you, whole banking industry was amazed that time. In one of the meeting with the finance minister, because every quarter we have to go to the finance minister and explain that what is happening. So this ministry makes the presentation. And the presentation was in such a way that how much rise has happened in that quarter in different parameters. Mr. Jetli was the finance minister there, Mr. Adia was secretary, and I was representing the bank. So first slide came up and it was deposit. So all banks were shown what is the growth, bar type. Syndicate Bank was at the highest. I want to tell you what the simplicity can bring in the life. It was surprise to everybody in that meeting and to the ministry also. Then second slide came for advances. Syndicate Bank was the highest. Again. Immediately it clicked to secretary and the finance minister also, what is wrong with this bank? I mean something, because at that time a lot of things were happening, na? So immediately aata hai ki why this bank is growing so much in credit? So Jetli sahab asked Adia sahab ki what is this? Why this? The difference was also huge. Other banks are growing by 2%, 3%, 5%. Our bank is going by 5-6%. So bar will look like that you can measure it. So immediately Jetli Sahab asked, what is wrong happening in this bank? And then Mr. Adia said, we have chairman from Syndicate, let us hear from him. My reply, immediately it came to my mind that I should have said that you ask other chairmans that why they are not able to grow this much. But I did not say. That much courage I didn't have to speak finance. पता नहीं अगले दिन मेरी कुर्सी बसती कि नहीं बसती, that was it. So I said, okay, sir, there are other parameters also. You see how it is growing. And it is the efforts of my all branch heads, zonal heads, regional head. They are very actively. So next slide came of retail. And retail again the same story. Again the same story. If you remember that time, how much was the pressure on the retail? All GMs were putting on the branches. And if I remember correctly, one branch was there in Bangalore, which a lady was branch head. And in 3 months' time, if my general manager can help me out, what was the number? I think 200 to 300 car loans she has given. That was the spirit in all the regional offices. So it was simple bank, but the way it was going, tremendous. At least I have not expected that my general manager should be able to do it so much. So this is the organization which is simple, contributing the highest growth in the industry. Even one of the meeting, Chanda Kochar was with me, and see, this all goes in the market. So she was asking, "Kaise karte ho yaar tum?" Bolo mujhe itna kaise growth kar rahe? Because see, how it is to be done, that I learned from my general managers only. I said that any car loan has to be done in 3 days. Why you should not do in 3 days? Maximum, that is 3 days. If any application is pending for more than 3 days, then you face the music. Because what is the big thing you have to do? The other thing which came, that every housing loan has to be done in 15 days. Why you need more than 15 days to do that? So these simple people have got so much strength to do and all the way what we have seen from the pygmy deposit and from the local deposit, it has come out of the people. The hats off to the Indians that they have contributed so much that 100 years glory we are today talking about. The second thing which will come to my mind, what Indians have, is the devotion. I have not heard, 2.5 years I have worked, and I have demanded a lot of things from all the field and all the general managers, which has put them too much uncomfortable. But happily, because they belong to a family which needs it, they all have given. So that is the type of devotion you people are having. And this doesn't come simply by holding the meetings and all that. Gradually it has grown up in you for last 100 years, which has transformed from one generation to other generation. And that devotion is definitely, which is, because I have worked in, now I am working in the 4th organization, a full-time organization. So I understand the banking as well as now I am a customer of a bank. Not a bank, we have a consortium of 2,500 crores. Out of that, Canara Bank is also. So I understand that how the bank has to work and how the bankers are working. The level of devotion here, if the bosses can utilize that, nothing can be matched to this organization. I remember when it came to how to develop the business, just to remind some of the things which has happened when I was associated with Syndicate Bank. We had given deposit schemes exclusively for ladies You remember? Exclusively for young generation. And sir, we had given higher interest than banking industry. I had to go to the board to take permission, and naturally board will not permit. Why you should give 0.5% more? Then our people have formulated such a thing. Very, very briefly I will tell you what was that. I think many of our colleagues know. For 12 months you have to keep a recurring deposit. And after 12 months, that will be made in a fixed deposit and we will give you 0.5% more. So in 12 months period, you are not recurring, saving bank. So if you are keeping, say, 1,000 rupees in the saving bank, minimum whatever you are keeping the 12 months, that will be fixed in fixed deposit and 0.5% more interest will be given. Very innovative. In 1 year, I am saving the interest on the saving bank, almost the fixed deposit minimum balance which we are keeping, and then board has agreed. Okay, give up. So I mean the level of devotion and innovation is there in this bank, unparalleled. And the last thing which definitely I appreciate, 3 things I said, 2 I have covered, simplicity and devotion, the integrity. I have seen several public sector organizations, including the banks. The level of integrity, honesty, which I found in Syndicate Bank is unparalleled. Unparalleled. See, I have seen people in a very branch people, I will not say miser, but very somehow managing the things. But the level of integrity is really unmatched in all the bank. You compare with any of the bank. So these 3 things are to my understanding, are the strength of this bank, which has led 100 years. So this was about the expression which I wanted to give you about the bank. Now let me briefly talk to you about your life also. Many of you have heard me earlier also, so I had been, whenever I talk something about you also. So let me talk, because all of us are above 60, retired, and we are in a different role. Today we talk of bank, what we have done, what we have not done. Yes, it is good memories, we should keep it. But what is future we are going to do? So in the Vishnu Puran, the life is divided into the 4 parts. Many of you know, because this I had been quoting when I was in bank also. The childhood stage, जिसको ब्रह्मचर्य बोलते हैं हिंदी में, and then comes the grahasth ashram, and then next is the vanprasth, and the last is the sannyas. So ये 4 phases होते हैं. If you have 100 years of life, it goes like this: 25 years ब्रह्मचर्य, पढ़ाई जहाँ कीजिए आप, हिंदी में भी बोल रहा हूँ मैं, थोड़ा थोड़ा तो समझते हैं सभी हैं. And then grahasth ashram, जिसमें आपके परिवार को you have to take care, you have to take care of the bank, you have to take care of the earning. Now we have gone to vanprasth. Now what is vanprasth? Vanprasth is whatever you have learned up till now, it is the time to give to the society. Now we have to look in our heart and see that what we are giving to the society. If we are not giving to the society, there is no point in talking about our simplicity, devotion and integrity. At least a small group, something. I know many of you are working on this and you are helping the society, but time is really running out. हम लोग उस जगह पहुंच गए जहाँ घड़ी बहुत तेज चल रही है. So we have to start from today. Something start giving to the society out of your learning. Now before I wind up my talks to you, I will give you 4 elimination phases which happens in the life. The first elimination happens at the age of 60 when you retire. Your organization eliminates you. And we all have gone through that. That is the first stage and very difficult stage. We at the age of 60, we will continue to be a branch head, to continue to be a general manager, continue to be a executive director, GM and ED. And we expect that, yes, people should think like this. I'm talking for last 10-15 minutes. Maybe some of you would be saying, or thinking at least, not saying, ये कब खत्म होगा तो चले lunch करें. Maybe, just possible. Just possible. So, you have to understand that you are being, and we do not understand. If we do not understand elimination, the pain will come to you. Because you are eliminated from there. Now you are no more ED, MD, GM. You are an ordinary person. You are a fuse bulb. Fuse bulb story you would have heard. Whether you are a 0-watt bulb or 100-watt bulb, when it becomes fuse, you are same thing. But I have a different perspective on that. 0-watt bulb, the fuse bulb. See, have you seen bulb जब fuse होता है? All of you would have, at least many of you would have tried. उसको घुमा करके कहीं से connect करके again you switch on. Isn't it? किया है ना? Everybody has done ना? You can do with yourself also. You can do. And then one lovely thing I've seen very recently, this bulb which was fused, that was painted, beautifully painted. So that became a showpiece. And not showpiece, another small LED bulb was put inside that and connected. So it has become further glowing showpiece. So can't we a fuse bulb like that? We are fuse bulb, no doubt about it. But that can give still the light. Still if we try, we can glow it. So that is the first level of illumination. The second level of illumination, at the age of 70. We have many friends here and many friends have not come. I had been reading the messages, Delhi people are not coming, North se nahi aa rahe hain. This is a way of life, dear. Around age of 70, you will start reducing the friends. You have to feel it. So, then what to do? Search for the friends, na? Very easy. Search of your age friends. There are some friends which want you and you start interacting with them. As we are doing here. We can make new friends, good friends. So that is the second level of elimination. Now third level of elimination. At the age of 80, your family will leave you. Because kya hai, now your son has got a son. And some of the sons have got grandsons also. So who will talk to you? So your family will start leaving you. It will happen. Many of us are reaching to that stage where you will remain with two only, husband, wife. That will happen. You may get irritated that nobody is coming to me. Your son will not come. First they will stop coming to you every month. Then they will start coming only in Diwali and Holi or something like that. Then that also will be forgotten. So you have to be ready for them. Then what to do? This will happen. Start something for the future. Start attaching yourself to the God. God is always with you. Whether it's at 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, whatever. So 80, you will start losing your family. And at the age of 90, earth will leave you. Earth will leave you means your body will start giving signals that it's time to go. So still we have got a lot of time available to us. And if we wish and we try, we can still glow and give light to the fuse bulb. Thank you very much for patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed your tips about devotion, integrity, and simplicity. And then the elimination process, that is something new to us. I think we got to think about it, especially when we reach 70, 80, and 90. Thank you. Now we come to the most important part of our program. It is the presidential address. He is modesty defined, personified. One has to take a leaf from him on lessons of modesty. He is a down-to-earth person with no airs about him. He is a man of vision and dreams big for any institution that he works for. He believes in development of human resources, which can lead to high trajectory growth. Very articulate and lucid in his talk, he is a treat to listen to his plans and vision. Mr. Arun Srivastava assumed charge as Managing Director and CEO of Syndicate Bank on 5th May 2015. Prior to joining the bank, he was the Executive Director of Bank of India, looking after various segments of banking. He holds a master's degree in science. In addition, he is also a certified associate of Institute of Bankers and AIBM. He started his career as a direct recruit officer in the Bank of Baroda in 1979. He has been a professional banker for over 36 years in varied experience, including his posting as Managing Director of a bank subsidiary in Kenya and also a director on the board of bank subsidiary in Uganda and Tanzania. During his tenure, Bank of Baroda in Kenya was awarded the most efficient bank and the best bank in Kenya. Prior to his elevation as Executive Director, Bank of India, during August 2013, he was the General Manager, Wholesale Banking and Baroda Corporate Center, Bank of Baroda, Mumbai. He has vast and rich experience in all facets of banking. Sir, the audience is eager to hear you.
Thanks, Francis. I am aware of the messages exchanged in the group that this is not a budget meet, so no bhashan baji. And we are here to meet our friends and colleagues, so we must get enough time to meet them. But nonetheless, it was a request from Sujir and Francis. So I said, okay, I have to manage both the sides. So I'll keep my address of gratitude quite brief and simple. Respected Shri Alan Pereira, Shri Mallikarjun Rao, Shri T.K. Srivastav, and Shri Sujir, and my all dear Syndians. Being in South Kannada, I must start with Yellaregu Namaskara. That was the only thing Mr. Hande had taught me when I used to face the parliamentary committees on Kannada language, that at least you begin with this so that you are comfortable. I don't know whatever Francis said about me, how true it holds. I am humbled and honored for being invited to this centenary celebration of our great bank. And I must admit, I had the most wonderful experience of my life. Having worked a little more than 2 years with such a dedicated, committed workforce, and I cherish those moments having worked in this great organization till now and for the rest of my life. As we have been listening till since morning, the great founders of this bank laid a foundation stone in this temple town. And that small financial institution transformed itself into the most trusted bank of the century in years thereafter. That faithful and friendly bank, which made a very humble beginning in this town, became a symbol of resilience, reliability, and was a pillar of trust for millions of Indians over here. And also, we had set our footprint, which still is there in the London office building, Syndicate Bank. I went to UK after 4 years after retirement, and that too after the merger had taken place. And I went to see that building just for a nostalgic memory that it is still, the Syndicate Bank name is still on that building. Mr. Pai, Ashok Pai, was quite nostalgic, and he gave us the insights of the story, which most of us do not know through their corporate books. And we are so attached to the bank. I would correct next time when Mr. Vijay Kumar addresses us, he doesn't address only Mr. Parera as our Mr. Parera, he addresses me as well, our Arun Srivastava. But when I take a mention of Mr. Parera, I must thank Mr. Parera for at least identifying one executive in Oriental Bank of Commerce to be a jewel in the crown of the banking industry subsequently. I got my first appointment letter for Bank of Maharashtra, but today after listening to Rao, I thought, well, I did not join Bank of Maharashtra, otherwise he would have been my toughest competitor to beat. But thankfully, I would say, we have been listening since morning, what were the qualities, how innovative this bank was. When nobody heard about the agriculture financing or this pygmy deposit scheme was into. All these things, if you recollect now and correlate with the present banking news and what the banks have adopted, all these things have been now put up in a Tetra Pak, name it a financial inclusion, name it a doorstep banking, everything prevailed and everything was such innovative. Probably the multitasking which a Indian can do came from those olden days when Mr. Ashok Pai was narrating that his father was banker for some time and a physician for some time. So that kind of a multitasking, being a friend and a banker, that attitude of these Indians probably was a reason for the success of this great bank. If you define the quality, probably loyalty, dedication, taking into consideration the interest of the bank, preceding all our interest in the family or otherwise in the society, They are the intrinsic value and a hallmark of any Indian. And these habits, some of which were narrated by TK in his address, were the reason that the bank stood all times. As rightly narrated by Mallikarjun Rao, and he in a subtle message he gave about how to deal with the sentiments of the merger, and I think probably in this hall, he is the only person amongst us who has experienced this merger at an operational level and at a board level. At the operational level, when he was serving in Global Trust Bank, so how people feel about the merger processes, and at the apex level, because he was heading the banks both as an acquirer bank and as an acquired bank at the same time, in Allahabad Bank and PNB. So he knew how this is, the sentiments across the people and the organization takes place, how people feel about it. But I think this, and he very logically represented that these mergers were not on the basis of some kind of a strength or a weaknesses. They were because of certain socio-economic developments and the need of the banking at this point of time to have larger banks and based on CBS and all those things. Because if my memory serves me right, on certain issues, Syndicate Bank was quite stronger in terms of technology, and when we talk of technology, thanks to both the EDs sitting who were a part of my team during my career, one after the other, we had the best technology. Probably the mobile banking was introduced the first time by Syndicate Bank, and when we upgraded our core banking solution, Mr. Rao was there who spearheaded that movement, and possibly at the best rate possible in the industry, if I recollect, it was 158 crores or so against the second bank which upgraded the version. Their bid was about 400 plus crores. So that kind of passion, that kind of devotion was there with him to strike a deal for this, and being pioneer in many other things, but there was a necessity in the socio-economic, the banking space, which brought this mergers in place. So nothing to feel sad about it. We must be proud of our legacy. The Canara Bank has a tagline, "Together we can." So the faithful and friendless Indians have decided together we can continue to serve the mankind for years to come. And they are there to make their presence felt. I must pay my gratitude to the founders of this great bank. Their family members were here today morning and we honored them. Their vision, their foresight, which laid the foundation of this bank, and the successive generations of Indians who with their dedication, commitment, fortified that strong foundation which was led by the founders, and were able to make this a great bank. I must thank the organizing committee which has given me an opportunity to meet my wonderful colleagues of those 2 years, and also which gave me an opportunity to meet some others who were already superannuated by the time I joined the bank. So this kind of a gathering has given me an opportunity to meet and greet my old friends. And probably if you all would agree and concur with me, such meetings definitely rejuvenate ourselves. And if you check your hemoglobin levels after this meet, it would have certainly risen. This when we are on this meeting, I have two things to say, and I'll carry on the message which Mr. Rao and Mr. TK had given in a different form. The first one we have today honored the executives who had completed 75 years of age. I wish them good health and wish them to see their century when we would be celebrating 125 years of Syndicate Bank Foundation. Two things come to my mind, that when we were in service, or most of the last 2 decades in service, we had often seen the executives and the staff talking about connectivity because the technology was new, now everything going digital. So we used to say because of poor connectivity, there are some issues in the branch working or so. And both the colleagues who are wizard in their IT and who have worked in IT for a considerable time and in the larger banks would agree that that was an issue in the business. But now outside our business life and the working life, this problem still exists. Do we remain connected to our colleagues of yesteryears? Are we meeting them frequently, talking to them frequently? Because when you are in the second and the third stage of elimination, TK was telling, you need that connectivity more now. And probably talking to your colleagues of yesteryears, meeting on family occasions, over a cup of tea or a coffee. Okay, the beverage may change if it is an evening session, Ravindranath. Huh? I agree, I know it. So, whatever may be the beverage you are taking or the time you are meeting, but such kind of frequent meetings or a social meeting or a family meets will keep you in good mental and physical health. I am practicing it because I have worked in 2 other banks and there we are doing the same things, some family meets and all those things in every town where we are. And at least once in a month we meet with families because they have been a part of life. So these kind of such connectivity will keep you mentally, physically in good health. And one more aspect, as TK was telling, that it is time to give back to the society. We have in 2 other banks where I have worked, we have formed a corpus that every time we keep remitting some money to that corpus, and once in a while, once in a year or twice in a year, it is used for some social purposes, for the CSR or helping for education of children or some schools. So that kind of initiative, if we can take forward at a corporate level or at different centers, probably with this name and fame. So whatever the vision, and mission was of our founders, that will live continuously over the years. So think of those lines if we can some can volunteer to make it an organization, and every month from the pension. In Bank of Baroda, we have that from every month from the pension. After that, because the bank doesn't deduct it, but we get it deducted, and in the end of the year, we do some kind of a social service. So let us time, besides giving something to the society, it is better in the form, because our financial liabilities are negligible, and despite the hue and cry of the pension revision, we are still better off than many. So that was the thought which came to my mind. I thought, let me share it with you. It's a good occasion, and if we can do it. So once again, I sum up here because the time is getting short. I have seen Mr. Shankar and his team, who has already arrived for the magic show. And before that, we had to break for lunch and photo session. I once again express my gratitude for the people of the organizing committee having arranged this wonderful event. They have taken time and the pains to organize this event. And to all my Syndians who have gathered here to make it a grand success and relive those moments of their youth and the prime which they had spent together. Now in Manipal, you are here for a 2 days break. So before we go back to our houses and homes, and following TK's advice, the wives repaint this bulb. So it is good time to enjoy those 2 days over here. I wish you all the best of health, peace, happiness in days to come. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you, sir. It's true, when we were working, we used to always complain of connectivity. But we never speak about the connectivity that we can have in our social life. And also, we need to do something towards CSR in our personal life. Thank you, sir. We now come to the act of gratitude. That's a word of thanks. Gratitude is the epitome of human behavior. May I call upon Mr. D.R. Shanai to come and propose a word of thanks.
Friends, it's said any function we should have a vote of thanks as a customary thing. But it's a fact that we take lot of inputs from the speakers, from the other side, and pack it in the nature of gifts. And if those packed gifts are not delivered, then it becomes futile. So vote of thanks is a process where we deliver those packed gifts which we have collected. First of all, from our bank side, our CMD sir and ED sir, they gave very good tidbits. But I would request, rather on behalf of all, our Mallikarjun Rao sir, he gave so much of this thing about the banking, but he did not disclose anything about his physical fitness and looks. See, when he told that I am already 63, I was surprised. He looks like 36. That is what I want, that he should have given us, so that people here will at least imbibe something which he is doing internally. 100% he is doing some internal engineering, and that is what it is. Concluding vote of thanks, I will tell you, I could have just told our SRV sir ditto, because he has concluded actually vote of thanks. 100% everything he has covered. But still I picked up okay, let me ask each one of them to give us some inputs into this aging. All of them, they don't look like aged at all. And everybody is so motivated, so jubilous. Since yesterday morning, they are all with us. And we see that some of our own people, our own gathering, they are not at all fit, including me. Okay, coming to first thanks.
Our painter of the bulb is there.
Sir, your advice last Chennai meet that you make the next meet only after Deepavali, that gave us the real motto. When we thought and discussed in our organizing committee meeting, after Diwali, we took one more decision that now that we saw Bangalore meet, Chennai meet, people are coming, but majority of the people who are coming, they are also aging. See, now Bangalore meet, we saw many people, many of them are missing here. So we decided that why not add spouse? If you add spouse, at least he has a confidence. Yes, my wife is also with me. So we said, yes, include spouse, and that will be the best. So my personal thank and on behalf of the organizers, it's a gesture of goodwill that all ladies, because of you, this function is really successful. Really successful.
You can say the spouses have added a spice.
Spice. Then our few of our founder family members, they will be coming again in the evening, and that time we can conclude thanking the families. But I would like to thank one person, that is Ashok Pai. The things which he told about our bank, I was in O&M concurrently, in spite of going out, coming in and all. Almost from 2000 to 2013 till my retirement, I was holding some charge of O&M. Even when I was working as AGM in RK branch, some people used to say, your branch, your department. So that was the charisma. But even in the O&M department, there is not one paper which tells all these things. Such a great things, and how our bank chairman and all, they did it. Nowhere in the record. In fact, it is like our Bhagavad Gita. So many things are there, but we don't know. Anyway, our personal thanks to Ashok Pai sir. And second thing is, both madams who spoke, they are so attached to Syndicate Bank, not just because of TMI, but because of the way we served the society. And as our Srivastava sir said, Syndicate Bank was capable of handling 3 other banks, pakka. But unfortunately, OFS's marketing team did not manage. OFS's marketing team, if they were to manage another 2 small banks, 100% we would have been continuing with Syndicate Bank banner only. Because in the entire industry, there is no core banking with OFS's iFlex software. We were but one good thing is, when the merger happened, both banks' shares came down. I have seen Canara Bank shares coming to 88 rupees, which now subdivided and quoting around 130. That means 88, every rupee has become 130 rupees. So that way both of us, as Srivastava sir told, together we have. And our faithful and friendliness has definitely done. And the biggest advantage for this merger is, region-wise, both are competitive. Now it has become one. So my second thing is, this Vanaprastha society, what our Srivastava says, everybody can do in their own way. In their own way. In fact, the other day, when in our flat we have an association, Flat Owners Association people, we decided the teachers who are coming to our this thing for survey, we ask them, see, we are all senior citizens living in these flats. We would like to do something and we will tell you what we want to do, but you should help us. They were listening, what we can do. Madam, we would like to have every year, because the school is on just on the same street, you select on your own 5 girls child, 5 boys in one section, and you give us the list. Our parameters are, they must be poor and they must be meritorious. And their parents must be requiring some support, at least for uniform. Some proud people will be there, they will say no. But you select only those people whose parents accept. And now, in the entire, we have 36 houses. Out of 36 houses, almost 10 to 12 senior citizens have agreed that every year afterwards, we will start. So, small project on our own we can do within our circle. So, you start doing something, it is good. And second thing what I tell is, don't search, as he said, don't search for your own age, because it's risky. You search for the next level, maybe 50, 45, that type of people, they will be more helpful to you. But they don't accept you. That is the problem. In fact, in our flat, sir, one 90 years old man retired from Corporation Bank. He was the CMD's secretariat for 25 years. Gokul Das Bhandari. He was living with us. And now recently they shifted to Mangalore, and his brother's wife was also there. She shifted to Mangalore. The reason is, one day that lady did not get up early morning and this man got panic. Because 90. And what happens was, then immediately next day when I met him, he told, now we have decided that we should live with some relation where there are more people. Now both of them have gone to places and relatives who are having 10 people in one house. That's the requirement. But God has given us a big gift. My children are away for the last 15 years. And even when I was in service, their marriages were all done, they were away. So we don't find much of difference in them. And we treat our community people in the flats as our people, and we mingle with them going on. Anyway, thank you very much for all this thing. Next year onwards, whoever takes the mantle, I request that this TEGS retired should also include madams. Because number one is we are dependent on madams, and madams also feel bad if we don't include. So Bangalore it was not there, Chennai it was not there. At least here afterwards we will make it a point that madams will be there. If everybody agrees, okay? Then this sannyas, I don't think in this present generation sannyas will come any time, because the fact is totally dependent world. At least somebody will be dependent on somebody. So sannyas cannot be practiced in the present day. Vanaprastha is definitely possible. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for each one of the contributor. It was a wonderful this thing. And evening again we will meet. We will have some more deliberations, some more. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of gratitude. Now we break for lunch and reassemble at 2:30. And in the afternoon, we have a very interesting magic show by Shankar Jr. And then we have a lovely talk by Dr. P.V. Bhandari on mental health issues. And then we also have an address by Mr. T. Gautam Pai, a young entrepreneur who will speak about his journey in the printing industry. Thank you. Oh, not at all, not at all. My pleasure. Oh. 934. Three, 34, 31, 62, 777. PSSANHA. NHA. HA, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll
thank you.
just once we'll see.
Yeah.
Possible, I'll just request your help. Just want to.
Oh, sure, sure. My pleasure, my
We'll
pleasure.
start with your place, then we'll
Yeah. Anytime.
your invitation went on. Sir, we'll take them lunch. Lunch ಎಲ್ಲ ready ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರಿಗೆ separate ಆ? ಅಲ್ಲೇನಾ same place? ಅಲ್ವಾ?
The magic troupe is ready for the performance. I request all of you to be seated in your respective seats. Thank you. I once again repeat, kindly be seated. The magic performance will start immediately. Thank you.
check. Check. Hello, check. Check. Testing, check. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. This is magician Shankar Jr. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Just by this round of applause, Syndicate family. Of course, as a child, I used to come regularly here to the bank and made a lot of friends. And of course, it's a great pleasure and honor to meet all those friends here, I would say. Of course, very, very senior to me, but still they're all very close friends to me. So thanks once again and welcome to my program. Thank you. So, can we lower the volume a little, please? I heard we have people from around the country here, so I will be speaking in English today. So for the next hour or so, I will be entertaining you with some magic. But when we speak about magic, people have a lot of questions in their mind about what magic is all about. Is it a science? Is it an art? Or is it something else? Because not everyone is doing magic, right? There are only a few people who do magic. And also, why do magicians keep their magic a secret? Why don't they tell everyone how it works? Or why do they make a big halla gulla if the secrets are exposed on social media or something? So I think I would answer these questions before I even begin so that we can all have a better understanding about what magic is all about. Yeah? So we'll just let everyone settle down. Welcome. Most welcome, sir. Are we good? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I always start by talking about magic. Magic is 100% science. Each and everything we do can be scientifically explained. Now, I will give you a very easy example for you. Just imagine the first time your science teacher showed you a science experiment. The first time your teacher mixed two chemicals together and there was fire, or probably two liquids mixed. Because our teacher, during our science class, after showing you the experiment, tells you the principle behind the science. So after you know the principle behind that science experiment that has just happened, it doesn't become amazing to us because we know how it works. So ladies and gentlemen, we magicians, keeping the principles behind the science a secret is the same reason. Just to make you retain that sense of wonder. So we not telling the secret to anyone or not wanting anyone to understand the secret is because we want you to enjoy the magic. If you know how it's done before I even start, it will be like, knowing the climax of a movie before you actually go and watch it. So if you want to retain that sense of wonder inside you and enjoy a magic show, stop going behind how it's done. Just sit back and enjoy the show, and that will be the most of it. Okay, now I told you magic is 100% science. Now if we take that same science and perform it on stage, it's not very interesting. So what we magicians do, we take the same science and mix elements of art into it. Now that may be the way we dress, the equipment we use, the stage setup we use, or the way we present things to you. So all these things, artistic things, when mixed with science and presented before you, becomes magic. So in just one line is nothing but artistic presentation of science. That's it. No allagula, no big, I'm the only one in the world who can do it, no one else can do it. Absolutely not. I have been performing magic for the past 43 years. That is why I am here. That's it. Yeah. Sorry? Oh my God. Too late to take it as a compliment, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. I actually, my first show, that's again an honor, my first show was on the 14th of November, 1981 at the same Golden Jubilee Hall. So that was when I was just 3 years old. So that's again, this is why being in this area, being with all of you is like an emotional moment even for me. So magic, we always say magic is enjoyed by people from 9 to 90. That is because, we have this concept called expecting the unexpected. What you expect never happens, and what you don't expect happens. So when that happens, you have the sense of wonder, the wow, and that's what becomes magic. Now, I cannot explain this to you in words. I can only show you a small demonstration of how it works. I have a 500 rupee note here. This note, I'm going to put it in my pocket right over here. And along with that, I am going to use a silk ribbon. One silk ribbon. Now this silk ribbon, I am going to stuff into my fist. Now scientifically speaking, what's happening is your eyes are seeing this scene. And your eyes are sending the signal to your brain. And your brain is interpreting what it's seeing. Saying, oh yes, I can see the magician is stuffing the ribbon into his fist. Right? Now that's the ribbon. That's the note. Watch carefully. Now I have stuffed the silk ribbon into my fist, so you all know it is there. All I do is I take this note and I put some air into it. In Kannada, we say, ಗಾಳಿ ಹಾಕದೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗಾಳಿ ಹಾಕಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. Okay? So this I do. So you know that the ribbon is there in my fist. But remember in the beginning I told you, magic is all about expecting the unexpected. So what you expect never happens. What in fact happens is something which you did not expect at all. When that happens, that becomes amazing and that becomes magic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to start today's show with one effect which is very close to my heart. Now, as I've already told you in the beginning, I started magic from my father. He taught me everything he knew. Of course, he started by himself. There was no one to teach him. He was the first person in the district to actually start magic. I had the opportunity of learning from him. He taught everything he knew. But later on, I also had the opportunity to learn magic from different magicians from around the world. And the most important among them was a magician called Doug Henning. Doug Henning from the United States of America was having the title of being one of the finest magicians of all times. Doug Henning taught me his favorite effects, and in return, I promised Doug Henning that I would perform at least one of his favorite effects in each and every show of mine. So now, as a tribute to late Doug Henning, I would like to present one of his favorite effects, a magic with 6 solid steel welded rings. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the mystery of the solid steel rings. Thank you. You all know India is very famous. Yeah, before I even continue, I would like to request the video recording to be stopped, please. Thank you so much. And everyone here also, it's a small request. Kindly do not make videos of this show. You're most welcome to take photographs. And on the music, we have Bharavi Deraje. Just like to make a note here, Bharavi is the managing trustee of Chirantana Charitable Trust, an old age home we are running in Surathkal since 1998. I'm the president of the trust, but Bharavi is taking care of 42 aged and bedridden patients there in Surathkal, and going ahead with one more building again. So Bharavi, he's my brother-in-law, he's Maithili's brother, and of course he married my sister. So it's just, the dowry is suggested on the books. And of course, that's my niece, Niharika, and my son, Varchasvi, over here. So everyone, as a family, we are here, and thank you all once again. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Professor Shankar by Raghav Naik. Right. Then Bandari, you. And honoring are Gautam Pai. Well, that was a great magic show. Kids get fascinated, but at this age also, we get fascinated. Professor Shankar is a Indian, so we take this opportunity to honor him. So may I request Professor Shankar? Yeah. Professor Shankar was born on May 5th, 1951. He did his graduation in psychology from the University of Mysore. He gave his first public performance in 1965 at the age of 14. He is a self-taught magician and the first person to start magic in the district of Dakshina Kannada. He performed the catching of hot bullet fired by a gun in 1966, by which he became popular as the bulletproof magician. He is a promoter of magic and magicians, trains youngsters to encourage self-employment, and also designs various kinds of magic to suit the occasion. He has proved it by training his own son. He performs magic shows for patients in the hospitals to help them recover faster. Among such performances are the ones at Bronx, Lebanon Psychic Hospital, New York, USA, Gangaram Hospital, New Delhi, Unity Health Complex, Mangalore, Kasturba Hospital, Manipal, and hospitals in the northern part of Karnataka. He also performs magic in old age homes and for the enhancement of education in schools and colleges. In 1995, to create awareness against drugs and AIDS, he drove motorbike from Mangalore to Karwar blindfolded. In the year 2010, he joined hands with SKDRDP and provided his service as a resource person in anti-alcoholism campaign. He presents special magic effects on the ill effects of alcohol consumption. He joined Syndicate Bank and worked from 1974 to 2001 as an industrial magician, a designation that is considered as the first in the world, and Syndicate Bank is the first bank in India to employ a magician to publicize its schemes through magic. He opted voluntary retirement from the service on May 31, 2001. He is a recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award from Syndicate Bank and the National Award Yugadi Puraskar 2000 from the Madras Telugu Academy. Professor Shankar is the recipient of the Order of Merlin in 2000 from the International Brotherhood of Magicians, USA, for his service in the field of magic. Professor Shankar married Lakshmi in the year 1976 and is blessed with two children, son Tejaswi, that is Shankar Jr., and daughter Yashaswini. And this is Professor Shankar for you. May I now call upon Mr. Raghav Naik to honor Professor Shankar and Pualagi to do the honors. Thank you, sir, and thank you, madam, for accepting the honor.
Sir, 1 minute.
Yeah. Professor Shankar would like to say a few words.
Respected ladies and gentlemen from Syndicate Bank family, I'm really very much honored to receive this, your respects. They wanted me to perform, but I told them that instead of me, you have a show from Junior Shankar. Because most of you might have seen my performance earlier, but of course Junior also performed quite a number of shows in India and abroad. I'm ever grateful to Sri K.K. Pai ji, who was the chairman of the bank when I joined in 1974. First, I went to him after my graduation and asked for a job. He knew me and he had seen my performances earlier. When I asked him, sir, I want a job in Syndicate Bank, he said, sorry, Shankar, I am not going to employ you in Syndicate Bank. I was shocked. What, sir? Why? Then he told me, Shankar, in our district, there are different type of artists, but there are no magicians in our whole district, and you are the only magician. If you are employed in Syndicate Bank, you will not be able to give performances like this. So you continue. I told him, sir, I don't have that much money to spend. If I have to take it as a profession, I need at least some 5 to 10 lakhs of rupees to start. So he told me, that's all. From his chamber itself, I still remember in my presence, he telephoned to Puttur branch. I was staying at Puttur at that time, and one Mr. Janardhan Pai was the manager at Puttur branch at that time. He told him, Shankar will be coming to you, give him self-employment loan as much as he wants. So I took a loan from Syndicate Bank, and I extended my group and started giving performances around the world. One day I was performing at Bangalore Town Hall. Suddenly one official from Gandhinagar branch, he came to Town Hall and he told me, Shankar, KK Pai, our chairman, wants to see you immediately. And I was shocked. Okay, this is a contract show, 10 days contract, and after finishing this contract, I will go and meet him. So after the show, I came and met him in this chamber. He told me, you came to me for a job, is it not? I said, yes, sir, but you said I am not going to give. Now I am telling you I am giving you a job. Are you ready to come? I couldn't believe my eyes and ears. But yes, sir, of course. By that time I was tired, to be frank with you, taking 2 trucks of equipment, so 15, 20 members, troop members, touring around the world with the shows. I was damn tired, of course. And I told him, sir, I am ready to take the job. Immediately, the next day, I think at that time, Sri Alan Pereira ji, he was in personal department or something like that. Anyway, but he knew me. He issued the appointment order as clerk. I joined as a clerk. During the training period, I got the idea that magic could be linked to banking. Because during those days, there was no mobiles, no WhatsApp or nothing. Even TVs also very less. So I got the idea that magic could be linked for the bank publicity, for image building and publicity of banks' various schemes through magic. So I told K.K. Pai ji, sir, this idea has come to me. Then he laughed and told me, that is the main reason why I appointed you. Before that, I was told this. He had been to Japan, and there he saw some pharmaceutical companies in Japan, they had appointed magicians. Magicians used to meet the doctors because doctors are all normally tired. They used to meet the doctors, show some small magic tricks to them and make them happy. And after that, market their product. This practice was done in Japan. K.K. Pai ji, he saw this and suddenly he remembered me of. So when I came to India, he appointed me. That is the reason how I got into Syndicate Bank. I made magic items, I need not to tell you, for every scheme of the bank. Traveler's check, fixed deposit, term deposit, loan schemes. Every scheme I made different magic items. I learned 6 Indian languages. When I went to Tamil Nadu, I spoke the entire program in Tamil. Telugu, Andhra, it's like that. So language was not a problem for me. My target audience was villagers particularly. I go to the villages and explain banking to them. We used to make a magical savings week. That was the term given to the project. On the 7th day, I used to have my program. People used to come on the spots. See, still I am get thrilled. On the spot, accounts used to be opened. And people, they used to give deposits on the spot and take my, the fashion was there at that time, take my signature autographs during those days in their passbook. So it so happened, so like that I grew up in Syndicate Bank. And after that, when he retired, Sri Krishnamurti ji, he is another K.K. Pai ji. He recognized my talent, and in that time, in fact, I sent my resignation letter to Syndicate Bank. I wanted to leave the bank job. He told, take back your resignation letter. You will be appointed in my secretariat. You need not to do any routine work. Your job will be again image building and publicity of Syndicate Bank. This is what Krishnamurti ji gave me. With him also, I worked hard. During the Kargil war, this one incident I am going to tell, then I will wind up my, like that, there are so many personal experiences are there. During Kargil war, Krishnamurti called me to his chamber, said, Shankar, what is your contribution to Kargil? I said, sir, 1 day salary everybody has given. I have also given my 1 day salary. That everybody has done it. What is your contribution? Then I told him, sir, you are expecting something more from me. Give me 24 hours time. I went home. I discussed with my family, my son, wife and all. And we came out with an idea that we will have a Kargil magic show. Different, what is exactly happening in the Kargil, the border, India-Pakistan border, that will be performed on the stage in a magical way. And give the awareness to the people. And of course, we used to raise funds also. That funds, everything was donated to Kargil fund. K.K. Pai ji, he said, Shankar, let them invite, you have one show in Chaudaya Memorial Hall. All the ministers and all, they let them come and see the show. So I told him, sir, if you have it in a Shanmukaranda Hall, this, what is that? Chaudaya Memorial Hall, none of these ministers they are going to come. Why can't we have it in Vidhana Saudha itself? So he laughed and said, is it possible? Do they permit? I said, I will try, sir. At that time, Dr. V.S. Acharya was in the ministry. Immediately, I went to Dr. V.S. Acharya's house and I told him, sir, you have to help me to get the permission to perform Kargil magic in Vidhana Saudha. He said, okay, that I will do it, but expenses have to be borne by the bank. I said, there's no problem. So, date was fixed. One big banner was displayed outside Vidhana Saudha. Probably that was the one and the only banner. Syndicate Bank welcomes you to Kargil magic. People, they all this. One more thing. After that, I came to know, I have not seen the ledger. The Vidhana Sabha and Vidhana Parishad, in those sessions, they made a record to watch Syndicate Bank ಆಯೋಜಿಸಿದ ಕಾರ್ಗಿಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನು ನೋಡುವ ಪ್ರಯುಕ್ತ ಸಭಾ ಕಲಾಪವನ್ನು 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮುಂಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಬರ್ಖಾಸ್ತುಗೊಳಿಸಲಾಗಿದೆ. They recorded in the, and all these MLAs, MPs, MLCs, ministers, they all came down and they watched the show thoroughly, completely they watched. At the end, when I went to them with a bucket, they all put the money to that. At that time, if I am not wrong, some 46,000 or something we collected on the spot. That was donated to Kargil Fund. So this is one of that. And what else I can say? Now I am retired. Anyway, my son is coming up in the line. He got the international award competing with the senior magicians of the world at Switzerland at the age of 13. He was junior, that was open to all. So to judge whether this 13-year boy will be able to compete with the senior magicians of the world, president of the International Magicians Association America, they came down to Delhi. At that time I was in Delhi. Came down to Delhi and they saw his performance. And the president, he made a note. This boy can take part in the international competition, compete with the seniors. There is no wonder, I will not be wonder if he gets a prize in the competition. That was he predicted. And of course it happened. He competing with the seniors, he got the award. That was the first magic award got by India. So he is doing extremely well now. I am very happy. And presently, as they said, I am working with the Dharmasala Madhyavarjana Shibira. For the past 18 years, I have performed magic for the alcoholics and drug addicts. Like bank magic, I made different items on alcoholism, drugs and all, and I explain to them, I make them to understand better what will happen if they take the drugs and all. These are the subject that I am doing presently, I am doing that one. So today you have honored me here. I really am very happy, I am thrilled to receive this honor. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Beautiful. Amazing.
Come on.
Next, we have a talk by Dr. P.V. Bhandari, a leading psychiatrist in this area. Dr. P.V. Bhandari is a psychiatrist with over 25 years of experience. He leads Dr. A.V. Baliga Group of Institutions, Udupi, and is known for his work in psychiatry, de-addiction, and public mental health. His key achievements: expertise in de-addiction, recognized for pioneering work in alcohol de-addiction, recipient of several prestigious awards for his contribution. He has contributed to the studies and publication on mental health, addiction. He is known for functioning as a psychiatrist with empathy. Over to you, sir, for your address.
Good evening. First of all, it's an honor for me to be a part of this program. My mother was a banker. She was a banker with Canara Bank. I think now Syndicate Bank is a part of Canara Bank. So I can tell you, I have seen the, the core issues a banker faces during the banking and afterwards, because she lived till the age of 78 and she took voluntary retirement when she was 53, almost 25 years down the line. So I was just, when I prepared for this lecture, I was just remembering my mom, because today whatever I am, a very big contribution is from her. Because to be frank, if I am being recognized today as a people psychiatrist, the biggest credit goes to my mother, because she planned my finances well. She, in fact, when I joined medicine, I still remember she would always tell me, don't practice medicine for sake of money. I'll see that you have it enough. So from her meager resources, being a banking brain, she could provide whatever I needed in my life. So as I started preparing, these were the thoughts, because I know how bankers can change the life of people. So I titled this as Healthy Mind, Healthy Brain, because Mr. Sujir Sir, he in fact told me certain points which he wanted me to stress on. So, aging gracefully post-retirement, this is what I thought would be the topic I would speak on. And in fact, I'm quite happy I'm speaking in front of respected dignitaries of the bank, retired managing directors, executive directors, and the extended Syndicate Bank family. So, and it's a true privilege to be here today as a part of centenary celebration. I was told that Syndicate Bank would have been 100 years now. So, that 100 years of trust, service and human connection, that German Shepherd, what a legacy. And we have banked, my family, though my mother was in Canara Bank, we did have accounts in Syndicate Bank, and I have seen it has always stood for integrity, reliability, and of course community service, as Professor Shankar was telling. I myself, I have been a benevolent recipient of so many favors from Sri K.K. Pai when he was there. One thing I could say, if I needed any help for any of my clients in any different ways, one person I could approach those days was Sri K.K. Pai. He was accessible for all. Probably we rarely see such a banking system now or such bankers now. So with this, so basically what I am trying to do is, see, we can't stop aging. I remember, see, as doctors, we cannot add years to your life, but we can add life to your years. That's what you should understand. So, first you should understand this aging brain. What is this? It's a beautiful process. So, basically, I get a lot of elderly patients, and there are some elders who just come and come to meet me. You will be surprised. I remember two people from these Udupi senior citizens, they were in the office bearers of Udupi senior citizens around 15 years ago. So they come, both of them, two very good friends. For confidentiality, I usually don't tell names. So they come just to meet me, say once in 4 months. I give them an appointment of 120 days. And I tell them, actually, see, you can, these are medications which are available. If I write continue, you don't need to come. They say, no, we want to come. We want to meet you. We want to see you. And in fact, my staff get irritated with me when they come, because I sit and talk with them for a long time. And what I noticed, see, my exchanges with them brings wisdom, patience, and of course, lot of emotional maturity for me. This is what actually happens with aging, because they tell me, they'll sit in my clinic, say for 1.5 hours, they will tell, don't call us, and then they will tell me what is happening in my clinic, or also they will tell me what I should do, what I could have done, these sort of things. So, as we grow older, the brain undergoes lot of changes. So, one of the changes is we start forgetting names or misplace keys. Okay. See, what you should understand is, at this age, as you age, especially most of you seem to be in the 70s, okay, you don't really forget things. You just remember them later, dramatically, sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's what my father used to do. He'll tell me something, then suddenly 3 o'clock, he would remember, then he'll write it. So what you should understand is these memory problems, we call it as benign age-related forgetfulness. They do interfere with daily life, but what you should understand is, after this speech, many of you may come and ask me, I have started worrying that I am losing memory. And I again remember, because I have been associated with the Senior Citizens Association of Udupi for quite long. I remember one more person who came to me. He said, sir, I am losing memory because nowadays I can't find the glasses. Okay, his spectacles. Then I told him, see, it's normal, because as long as if you forget what for these glasses are being used, then it is abnormal. So, search it. Okay. So, basically, why I am telling you this is, it's very routine for you to worry about, I'll lose my memory, I think something is going on. So, but when things interfere in your daily life, this is where you need to be careful. You start forgetting familiar routes. Okay? The routes, you go walking, you become lost. You start repeating questions. You start mismanaging your finances. These are all things which you should be very careful about. This is what we say. You must have heard this word, right? What is this called? This memory loss. It's, yes, very good, dementia. Now, what else strikes to your mind when we say about dementia? Madam has already told it. Yes, Alzheimer's disease. Okay. See, whenever I come to talk to old age people, the first thing I know is they are all afraid because it's an irreversible disease. And I don't know, for some, what do you say, we are not able to explain. The incidence of Alzheimer's is definitely increasing. Okay, and there is one more dementia we are seeing is called as frontotemporal dementia. These are increasing. So it's always necessary that we try to identify these sort of illnesses quite early, because more earlier they are identified, it's more easy for us to treat. So now, what is this? what you should know is not every dementia is Alzheimer's. First thing. Because this is the confusion even doctors have. I have seen general practitioners calling me and saying, I am sending you a patient, I think he is Alzheimer's. And with that they also say, nothing else can be done. You just give him some medicine for sleep or some for his anger. I think he should be, nothing much can be done. So what you should understand is, there are some reversible causes of dementia. So dementia does not mean Alzheimer's. There are some forms of dementia which if we identify them early, you will be surprised. Okay? I remember a photographer from Katpadi. His mother, he brought her to me and with some peculiar symptoms. What she used to do is, she would keep her spectacles in the refrigerator and search all around saying that my spectacles are missing. And she would not recognize him. She would call him her brother. So he became very skeptical and he thought, in fact he almost wasted 1 year thinking that he had read about Alzheimer's disease. So he said, okay, all her symptoms are like Alzheimer's disease. I don't think we can do anything. Let us forget. She was, I think, 71 when she came. So in fact, 10 years ago, she died at the age of 80. I had seen her at the age of 72. When we did the test, she was found to have vitamin B12 deficiency. And it was treated. And the treatment is very simple. 1 injection every day for 5 days, 1 injection once a week for 5 weeks, 1 injection once a month for 1 year. And of course, we also found that she had some issues in her stomach. Okay, and basically it was a small upcoming tumor in the stomach. See the connection, that was also removed. And she lived 9 years and without any memory issues. So basically, she suffered from vitamin B12 deficiency. See, these are all lessons to me also. This is all given in the textbooks. And what you should know is, that is why if somebody is having memory issues, don't just say, okay, it is age related. The common thing in India, we think, oh, I think he is aging. That's it. Nothing else can be done. Similarly, there are people with hypothyroidism, severe hypothyroidism, who can develop features of dementia. Then there are some medications. See, now our life is longer. The longevity is more. But along with longevity, the pills are also more. You please look at your own prescriptions. I am sure it will be 1 page. Honestly. Okay? And if you look into it very closely, if you are visiting 2-3 doctors, you be sure that 2 medicines will be shared by, 2 different brands you will be taking. That's why I am telling you, please be frank with your doctor, show him the prescription, what you are taking. And if your doctor is very busy, he may not see. But I, as a rule, I even tell my subordinates, okay, always see the prescription, because likely that there will be some medications which we also want to put. So medication related side effects, some sedatives, anticholinergics, some sleeping pills, all this can produce symptoms of dementia. Please understand this. See, basically, so vitamin B12, thyroid, medication related side effects, and sometimes chronic urinary tract infections, chest infections can also cause confusion in the elderly. And of course, with this diabetes for 40 years, 50 years, they can develop liver dysfunction, kidney dysfunction. This has also become quite common. So dementia does not mean Alzheimer's. This is something I want to tell you. Then there are 2 different dementias which can be treated. There is one thing called as normal pressure hydrocephaly. Normal pressure hydrocephaly is the brain, the fluid that is supposed to be the, cushion of the brain, you might have heard, that is called as a cerebrospinal fluid. that starts accumulating in some areas in the brain. So the brain starts becoming bigger. This is what is called as hydrocephalus. So basically, this is something, if identified early, it can be treated. A small surgical procedure they do. It is called as a ventriculoperitoneal shunting. When they do this shunting, the features of memory dysfunction that occurs, it starts reducing. And last but not the least is depression. Depression itself can cause features of dementia. This is something you should know. So what I want you to know is, don't think that if somebody has memory issues, that means it is something, nothing can be done, it's all over. It's not so. Please consult a doctor, please consult your physician, please consult your neurologist, and of course psychiatrist. Psychiatrist and kudle, people get angry. What? Are we mad? Should we consult a psychiatrist? So that's why I told physician, neurologist and psychiatrist. Okay. So therefore, the first thing, this one I am going to give you is, if somebody is having memory deficits, don't just hush it away. I told you, she was 71, she lived till 80 very productively. Okay? Please understand this. So, a proper consultation can make lot of difference. Mr. Sujir had asked me also to talk about stroke. So what do you know of stroke? All of you have heard about heart attacks, right? Heart attacks. What is it? What happens in a heart attack? Huh? There is a there is a pain. Okay. And basically what happens? Why does it occur? There is a blockage, right? Now, what is the stroke? Stroke is, in simple words, brain attack. Please understand this. It's one of the most common and devastating causes of sudden brain decline. So what happens here is, just like heart has some blood vessels, there are blood vessels which supply blood to the heart. Similarly, there are blood vessels which supply blood to the brain. Okay, they are called as cerebral blood vessels. So there will be a blockage. It could be a ischemic blockage or bleeding. Okay, just like in the heart, they say, heart doctor will tell you myocardial infarction agide, nimge major heart attack agide. This is what the doctor tells you. Same thing. Both these can occur. Ischemic stroke or a hemorrhagic stroke. Both these can occur. And again, please understand, major risk factors. What are the risk factors? High blood pressure. This is the most significant one. So again, the simple take-home message is, you please get your blood pressure checked at least once in 3 months. If you are on antihypertensives, better check it at least once a month. Just get it checked so that, because this is one of the things. Then of course diabetes, then high cholesterol. These are the 3 major things. Then smoking and alcohol. Then of course, as you get older, sometimes you develop some cardiac conditions. In that, one of them is your irregular heart rhythm. This is called as atrial fibrillation. This can also contribute to strokes. And of course, the most important thing is sedentary lifestyle. That's why, in fact, see, I walk almost 2 hours a day. I in the morning, around 60 to 70 minutes, night 30 to 50 minutes. Many people ask me, how do you find time? But I'll tell you, this actually was a lesson I learned from Professor M.S. Valiathan. In fact, he lived till the age of 90. And what I used to observe was, he used to walk almost every day around 12,000 steps. He used to, is a very, those of you who know him very closely, he was a very meticulous, he was, he had a lot of discipline and all. So around 12,000, he would count it. Initially, count means you have a watch, you have a pedometer, then mobiles, now it's enough. It shows this one. So basically, why I am telling you this is, these are things which can definitely make a lot of difference in your life. Okay. So now I'll come to warning signs. Can you remember, this is a quiz sort of, because I don't want my talk to be just, monotonous. This is a former Chief Minister of Karnataka. He gave a TV show. Okay, within 24 hours after he suffered a stroke. Okay. I am not a big fan of politicians, okay, but I in fact wrote about this also, because this is something really very few people can do, and it was giving a very important message. Can you guess who it is? A former Karnataka Chief Minister. So whenever you think of stroke, you think of Bangarappa. Okay. No, he is still there. He had a stroke. Okay, just 2 years ago, August 30th, 2 years ago, he had a stroke. Yes, H.D. Kumaraswamy. He was at 2 o'clock in the night, okay, at 2 o'clock in the night, he started realizing that his hands were becoming weak. Okay, his hands were becoming weak, and in fact, the doctor who treated him, retired professor of neurology from Nimans, he was also on the stage. He in fact addressed a press conference. So in fact the video is very much available on the internet. You can just write H.D. Kumaraswamy stroke, or you can even write Be Fast. The ex-director of Nimans, he told about Be Fast is, B is balance. Warning signs. If suddenly you notice that when you are walking, you are losing balance. Okay? B is balance. E is eyes are becoming difficult. You start having double vision suddenly. Suddenly you realize that. Or you start noticing F, face is drooping. People tell you suddenly, or you notice your face has suddenly become, okay, it has become like this or like this. So there is a drooping. Then A is arm weakness. S is speech difficulty. Suddenly you start noticing you can't speak properly. People tell you. So the T is time to act, rush to hospital immediately. Be fast. Okay, I repeat, balance, eyes difficulty, face drooping, arm weakness, speech difficulty, time to act. They say golden period 3 to 4 hours. I always say we are very lucky to be in Manipal in our old age. Let me tell you, you don't know the importance. Even when it comes to children, when it comes to children with disability, I keep telling them, see, you are very lucky to be in Manipal, because see, you can have all sorts of therapies, all sorts of medical treatments. Please understand this. See, the golden period is the first 3 hours, and if you go within 3 hours to a hospital which is equipped for treating stroke, doctors need 1 hour to reverse the stroke. See, despite my telling this, I have had my own friends delaying, not going to Manipal, not taking treatment, then becoming disabled for life. Please understand this. So prevention is the best strategy. So what do? Control your BP, control your sugar, control your cholesterol. Believe in your doctor. Don't believe this Google doctor now. Biggest menace is Google doctor now. No, really I am telling you, I am fed up. See, and nowadays people, earlier they used to come with diagnosis. Nowadays with this AI they are coming with the treatment also. They are telling me, you give me this drug. No, I am not joking, it's happening. So walk regularly, stay hydrated. Hydrated means water, don't mistake. Okay. And avoid tobacco, manage stress. Now I'll come to emotional and mental health after 60. See, I told you, I'm a son of a banker and I know what happens. After retirement, life changes in subtle ways. The phone doesn't ring as often, especially these days, or even earlier, you know, you will be very busy. Even without mobile, many of you would have worked with the mobile days. But the phone doesn't ring as often. The busy routine slows down. Suddenly there is a lot of quiet. And of course, for many, this quiet brings peace. But there are many people who start becoming lonely. They start developing imaginary fears, some sort of self-doubt. And this can precipitate something like dementia. I have seen people retired from bank within 1 or 2 years. ಒಂದೇ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನೆನಪಿಲ್ಲ, ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡಿಮೆನ್ಷಿಯಾ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಓಕೆ, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಟಾಕ್ ಟು ದೆಮ್, ವೆನ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟೇಷನ್, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಟ್ರೀಟಿಂಗ್, ವಿ ರಿಯಲೈಸ್ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಥಿಂಗ್. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬೇಸಿಕಲಿ more because of anxiety, poor sleep, loss of self-esteem, I am not useful to anybody, these sort of feelings. And of course, as you age, say 60, 65, some sort of suspicion, and especially see one thing, never ignore sensory deficits. You can't, as you age, you start becoming, you lose your hearing, this one, it's not as much as earlier, okay? So these sensory deficits, hearing deficits and blindness, both can create lot of imaginary fears, mild things also. You can't hear as much as earlier, but you start thinking, oh, they are talking about me, son and wife are talking about me. No, it's a fact. They start feeling, I think they are planning something to knock away my deposits. No, these are the things I have seen, okay? So, then of course, imaginary fears, especially you are diagnosed, see, as in your, what do you say, younger age you accumulate degrees. In your old age you accumulate diseases. Now this is what happens. I write the discharge card of my old patients, I will write depression with ischemic heart disease, with diabetes, with hypertension, okay, with irritable bowel syndrome, with, in fact it is not enough. So you go on accumulating, and more doctors you see, more diseases you get. No, it's a fact. So basically what you should understand is this leads to lot of imaginary fears, fear of illness, and you see the hospital bill, then more fear, if I get ill again. No, these are all routine things. And of course depression. Depression is a thing which can present as fatigue, poor appetite. You won't realize. It's often we call it as masked depression. Masked depression means it doesn't present as depression. It will be some fear of some disease. They would have shown 10 doctors, okay? And doctors say nothing they can do, it is nothing. But unfortunately, doctors also, they don't refer to a psychiatrist. Or if they refer to a psychiatrist, they'll get scoldings. ನೀವೆಂತ ನನಗೆ ಮಂಡೆ ಬೆಚ್ಚವ, ನಾನು ಸರಿ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. This is the problem. So, but again I will tell you, these are all the emotional realities of aging, and they are all manageable, treatable. In fact, a proper consultation, a proper counseling, sometimes I have seen even talking to them, say 3-4 sessions, they are better. Many times there are some unfounded fears. Sometimes, as I told you, something like these hearing deficits, all these we recognize, we tell them, things are better. So I'll come to how to keep your mind strong. See, one thing I'll tell you, that is the good news. The good news is we can still be mentally and emotionally strong. So basically I will tell you, see, brain is like a muscle. Okay, so use it or lose it. Okay, if you don't use it, you lose it. So the good news is, if you have kept your watch or spectacle somewhere and you are searching, in fact you are doing a workout for your brain. Okay, because you are searching. Don't ask another person to do it. Don't tell your wife, nandu kannadaka udiki kodu. Instead you try to do it yourself. No, I am telling you, this is a workout. Please read, please write, play chess, learn a new skill, challenge your memory. See, I will tell you, I can give you umpteen number of examples of my patients. See, one of my patients, again I won't name, a real incident, again a retired banker, not your bank. So he used to sing very well. Okay, he developed this, he was 62 when he came to us. In fact, his family put him in our rehabilitation center because he was becoming unmanageable at his house. Mind you, today, he comes to our hospital daily, to our rehabilitation center, to teach other patients, you know what? Film songs. He was a very good singer. Okay. In fact, what our psychologists did, challenging his memory, try recalling old songs. His daughter told us he was known for singing in his, middle age. And he had left it. And after he retired, around 55 or so, he had retired, this VRS. So 65, he had developed this. Today, and to me, he looks almost 10 years younger. So challenge your memory, try recalling old songs, try recalling old faces. Okay, basically teach something to others. What happens? Sharing knowledge keeps the neural circuits alive. So this is one thing. Then I'll tell you, stay socially engaged. In fact, Mr. Sujir told me, I had told him, let me talk on active aging. Then he said, no, sir, our people are very active, especially they are active on WhatsApp. No, really. It's a good sign because you are socially engaged. And you will be surprised, do you know, in UK, right? United Kingdom, there is a minister for loneliness. Okay, there is a minister for loneliness. You will be surprised. You know why? Research says that loneliness affects the brain like smoking 15 cigarettes a day. If you are alone, in fact, I was very happy when Mr. Sujir told me how you meet, and I think this is the third event, right? Every year. See, it should be like you should always be in connection, social connectedness. This is something which will prevent lot of problems. Stay connected, meet friends, attend gatherings, stay active on your Syndicate Bank WhatsApp group. Social stimulation keeps the brain vibrant. And now I'll come to staying physically active. I told you already about Professor Valiyathan. See, walking is one of the best ways to prevent stroke and depression. Okay, only thing is you have to convince your knees about it. Okay, because knees doesn't understand. As you age, you develop arthritis. So such people, because the common thing, when I tell patients, Yenta sir, ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ನನಗೆ 10 ನಿಮಿಷಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. See, again I will tell you, walk 6 times a day, 10 minutes. Have a timer, walk 6 times a day, 10 minutes. This is as good as walking for 60 minutes. Please understand this. So regular walking, light exercise, even yoga, please understand these can make you better. 30 minutes a day can reduce the risk of stroke and depression by 50%. This is what research says. And of course, practice mindfulness, meditation, all this, they say it does help reduce the cellular aging. So, these are certain things you do for your brain. Now I'll come to diet and sleep. I always remember again my father. He was a foodie. He would never like doctors telling him, you don't eat this, you don't do this. He had a heart attack at the age of 53. He lived on till 78. So he would say, doctors keep saying, eat less salt, less sugar, less oil. At this rate, I will live forever, but without any joy or life, joy in life or flavor in food. Please be away from me. That's what he used to tell. In fact, I do remember one of in this Gita Mandira once there was a function. After that, he was sitting. Next to him was Dr. N.R. Rao. And I was sitting in front. So after a few minutes, I was seeing N.R. Rao was getting very irritated. And then I looked at him, sir, what happened? Then he said, please tell your father I am his doctor. I said, why? He got one laddu, then again he got another laddu. Then I told my father, I just went near him, I said, N.R. Rao is getting angry. My father started laughing loudly there itself and he said, oh, for this moment I forgot he is my doctor. I was eating. See, but please understand, this is what is a routine thing, but if you are a highly diabetic, okay, or your sugar is not under control, this is not going to be good. Please understand, avoid heavy meals, especially heavy meals at night, please avoid it. Eat more of vegetables, okay, fruits, less of rice. This is what the current, this one goes, any of these cereals, better to reduce them. Eat more of egg, more of fish, more of chicken, not fried, okay. You may be surprised at what I am telling, but they do recommend reducing our cereals in our food. So in fact, they attribute whatever these diabetes and other things which we are seeing on a rise in India, they attribute it to rice. Okay. So, and sleep. How many hours? You are lucky if you are sleeping for 7 to 8 hours. Please do it. In fact, I make it a point nowadays to sleep 7 to 8 hours. You believe it or not, as a rule, because I feel these are some of the things which are necessary for our brain health. Then maintain a sense of purpose. See, in fact, this is very good. What do you say? This organization, maintaining activities for this organization is something very important. So the brain actually thrives on meaning. Maybe mentor youth. When I tell this, I know the problem with youth. Youth do not listen to you. They don't have time to listen to you. Many times, but it's not the case with everybody. But if it is possible, write your memoirs, contribute to some social causes. See, purposeful living is the biggest anti-aging medicine. Now, I told you about loneliness. Loneliness, again, never be lonely. Loneliness can be dangerous. And again, as I told you, thanks to your WhatsApp group, it has given you a lot of, chutkara from loneliness. But I don't know whether you get peace also. Many times what we are seeing is a lot of people fighting on political, religious, these sort of things, better avoid it. Because these are the things I have noted. Yes, correct. Okay. So, basically, what I want to tell you is, old age is not a curse. A timely evaluation can lead to distinguishing different types of diseases, okay, and especially things like depression, dementia. Modern psychiatry offers effective medications, and even don't think only medication, so many non-drug therapies which can improve your quality of life. But never ignore early signs. I have told you signs for stroke also, dementia. So now don't ask me after this, don't come and ask me, doctor, do I have Alzheimer's? Okay. See, if you are worried about it, you probably don't have Alzheimer's, because people with dementia usually don't remember, they are forgetting. Okay. So please remember that. So age gracefully. Aging gracefully is not just fighting wrinkles or gray hair. It's about keeping your curiosity. I was very happy when I saw the magic show. Okay. I was also lucky that I could see a magic show after a long time. Curiosity and humor, it was quite very obvious. Don't stop laughing when you grow old. You grow old when you stop laughing. Please understand that. So, your Syndicate Bank family has already demonstrated. Actually, I was thinking when I was sitting there, I think I have come to a wrong place. You are all staying connected, contributing ideas and living life very fully. Please continue this. Maybe you can have small events every month, may not be this big, where you all meet. So basically, I thank you for inviting me to share this special milestone with you, your centenary celebration. So please understand, you know, olden days, nowadays we have lost that also. Olden days there were clocks where it will stop. We can't stop the clock. Okay, but we can wind it up every morning and make it run beautifully. That was the olden clock. Nowadays, that is not there. So may your mind stay sharp, your hearts light, let your laughters be louder for many more years to come. Namaskara, and secret to a long, successful life, and as well as banking, they are all, long successful life and long successful banking is same, regular checks. Checks means checkups, okay? A bit of interest and lot of good companies, okay? So, and please understand, fixed deposit with returns guaranteed is only your friendship, nothing else. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Bhandari. It was a wonderful talk on aging, on the various facets of dementia. When somebody is forgetful, we jump to conclusion that it could be Alzheimer's. I'm sure this audience has been enlightened about mental illness. I now request Dr. Bhandari to please occupy the chair of honor. We would like to honor Dr. Bhandari for his service to the society. And as I said earlier, he is a psychiatrist with empathy. I now request Mr. Narasimhamurthy T to do the honors. I request Mr. Sudhakar Iyer to say a few words of gratitude.
Just make mention. So, respected dignitaries of today's meet, Shri Arun Srivastav ji, Shri Ellen Pereira ji, Mallikarjuna Rao ji, TK Srivastav ji, we have amidst us Mr. Satish Pai, founder's family and his extended family, and dear Indians. In fact, I should thank the organizers for having organized this session on different ailments, and it was good on part of Dr. P.V. Bhandari to have graced us. He clearly brought out a distinction between various forms of ailments, and he spoke at length, clearly drawing out a distinction between different ailments and how we need to take proactive steps. Dr. Sir, it was indeed an enlightening session on your part. You not only shared your expertise, but definitely it was a value addition, and it empowered us to take some proactive steps as to how we should position ourselves. The topic itself was retire gracefully post-retirement. Thank you, sir, for sharing your expertise, time, and dedication for spreading this awareness. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer, for your words of gratitude. Now we break for light refreshments for about 15-20 minutes, and the
तेरे दिल में मेरी सांसों को पनाह मिल जाए, तेरे इश्क में मेरी जान फना हो जाए।
May I request those who have finished their refreshments to kindly occupy their seats. Thank you. Please occupy your seats. I request those who have finished their refreshments to kindly occupy their seats. Please hurry up and occupy your seats. Should we honor along with them or should we be separate?
Actually, we thought since the speaker will honor separate, we will honor it together.
Together.
One time. But only thing, honoring, you can give it to Venkatram. Yes, put Venkatram's name. No? Please announce again.
I appeal to those who have finished their refreshments to kindly occupy the seats. Thank you. A good evening to you all. The members of the founders family are present here. We would like to honor them. May I request Mr. T. Satish Pai, Dr. Sandhya Pai, and Mr. T. Gautam Pai to kindly occupy your seats of honor on the stage. I now request Mr. Arun Srivastava sir to do the honors by honoring Mr. T. Satish Pai and Mrs. Srivastava to honor Dr. Sandhya Pai. And I would also request Mr. R. Venkataraman to honor Mr. T. Gautam Pai. I request Mr. Venkataraman to honor Mr. T. Gautam Pai. Thank you, sirs and madam, for accepting the honor. Now we have the address of Mr. T. Gautam Pai, the grandson of our founder, Mr. T. Upendra Pai. Mr. Gautam Pai is a promoter and chairman of the Manipal Group, a diversified group with business in payment and financial technologies, identity and security solutions, media advertising, pre-media, printing and packaging, consumer brands, fragrance and house care, and infrastructure. Most of these businesses have achieved leadership positions in their respective segments. Headquartered at Manipal, the group has business in India, North America, East and West Africa, Germany, and Mexico. The group is spread across 4 continents and 6 countries with more than 8,000 employees. Mr. Gautam Pai started engaging in Manipal Group business from 1997. He has earned an enviable reputation among colleagues and customers alike for displaying a rare balance of strategies, insight, operational expertise, new technology, adaptability, and marketing savviness. He commands respect for high ethical standards and values maintained in his organization and for his passion and commitment towards technology solutions and for development of society. He is an engineering graduate from MIT. He has won many awards and recognitions, including the Lifetime Achievement Award by Mumbai Mudrak Sangh in 2015, the youngest to be conferred this award ever. He is also an office bearer of YPO, Young Presidents Organization, a Bangalore chapter. I now request Mr. T. Gautam Pai to kindly give his address to this gathering.
Good evening. Respected guests here, a member of the Syndicate family. It's so nice to see all of you here. I think it's wonderful that so many have come from different places. And for me, I'm meeting many of you after many years. And during our association with Syndicate Bank, I had the opportunity interacting with so many of you. So it feels very nice to meet so many people after a long time. Thank you for inviting me to be here on the third annual meet. Mr. Sujit Pravakar asked me to share my experience in the print business. I think many of you who were based in Manipal and Syndicate Bank know the print company for much more years than me. You have seen the organization for a very long time. So I'll share a little bit about my journey and when I started, how we looked at the business. So it's a little bit about the strategy, a little bit about how organization was built and where we are today and how we look at the future. When I was young, when I was studying, I already had the opportunity to visit the printing press which my father and my uncle had built. And they had really built it with a strong foundation, recognizing that technology plays a very important, they always made sure they had the best technology. So even I used to go in the evening, so I had a lot of exposure to the business. But once I finished my engineering, I think my first few years I spent with technology business. We used to do software and also with the family newspaper business. So the print business, I would say maybe about 2003 or so is the time I started spending a lot of time on it. And at that point of time, it was a leader in security print doing all the bank checks. And it actually has its roots in Syndicate Bank. That's how the company had started many, many years ago. Then it had business forms those days because of computer stationery. You had the dot matrix printers, so you had computer stationery, all of that. And then some amount of printing for promotional material, etc., because of what Manipal in the area required. So at that point of time, my thought was that if a business has to be in multiple areas, it is very difficult for one person to be master of all, right? We end up being master of none, jack of all trades. So I believe that we needed to have a structure where there was a lot of focus and each business needed a father because the competition was very focused. If someone was in a particular type of business, they would think about it 24 hours. So even if we had to succeed, if we had to be leaders, that is what was required. And Manipal had a lot of great talent. So I think structurally we brought in people, gave them ownership. And at that point in time, I felt at least if the easiest way to grow is through experience, right? And we made sure that all the people who were owning the business had a lot of exposure, including we had engineers access to PLN, profit and loss and balance sheet, because I felt if they did not understand the result of their work, how could they contribute? The experience, having them actually be in the front, whether it's with customers, whether it's suppliers, whether it's trade shows, so that having someone get the maximum exposure and quick growth. So I think one was in terms of having very focused people. And another was also in terms of thinking what the really business is about. Because we felt that I was always paranoid that whatever can go digital will go digital. And we have seen it over the many years, right? A lot of the products that time which were there, like the share certificates, annual reports, etc., have completely disappeared. So we looked at the business as what is the end application. So check was a form of transaction. We saw where money was going. That time money was moving into cards. So we said, okay, how can we get into cards? The shortest way was to reduce the learning curve by doing a joint venture, getting a technical partner. So every business we looked at is what are the adjacencies, what strengths do we have, whether it's on the technical side or the market side in terms of customer relationships, and how do we shorten the learning curve. So slowly the business actually evolved. The checks business gave inspiration for the cards business. The cards business, we said, okay, if you are manufacturing cards, what happens when someone uses a card? So we built a business around transaction processing, around anti-money laundering and risk and fraud. So when a transaction is done in an ATM or somewhere else, some of our systems actually detect whether it's a genuine transaction or no. And we said, okay, we have capabilities in processing transactions, we have relationship with banks, what other things we can do. So we built a business around doing financial inclusion. So we have business based in Noida, which does financial inclusion related services for about now 45 banks. But then it was not just financial inclusion, it was about running rural branches for banks, doorstep banking, everything other than the core underwriting, which is the bank's core. This company now does, whether it's KYC, CKYC, anything which is not underwriting related, everything else as service this business does. So what was Manipal Power Press originally, which became Manipal Press Limited, and then we had to rename Manipal Technologies to both signal inside and outside that it is not just about printing, ultimately it's about bringing in technology into what we do. So structurally the company had to evolve. Like I said, it had to have individual people to build each of the businesses. So it was the first phase was really about leadership development, giving them exposure, so that we at least have a chance to win. Because unless we have the best people and have a right environment for them, but they can actually fulfill their aspirations and full capability, is difficult to win. And then I think the next journey on that side was that we said that if we have such talented people, if we want to build businesses which are world class, we should develop entrepreneurs. So we evolved to a model where the businesses, the ideas are coming from people, they're building it, we are providing the support system. But then they take complete ownership for the business. When I say complete ownership, it includes P&L, balance sheet, strategy, governance, even fundraising and meeting investors. So their journey becomes complete. And when value is created, they create substantial value for themselves. So then they have the personal capital to go on and build even other businesses for themselves if you want. I remember I'd met Mr. Srivastava in Kenya many years back, and we have, we started a business in Kenya and now in Nigeria also. And that started with someone who studied in MIT, worked in Manipal Press for many years, And then he saw a potential in Kenya, in East Africa, felt it was underserved compared to India. He went on and to build a business there. We put in 100% of capital. After reaching certain milestone, we gave him 30% of the equity of the company. And 3 years back, a private equity came in. He took out secondary money. So he went from being an employee to a shareholder, partner, and entrepreneur. And now he has started some health clinics and other things as well there. So I think that's the model we are following. So from our side, it's about providing support, direction, and helping people, achieve the best in themselves. From a business standpoint, like I mentioned, what was originally security, print, commercial, and business forms, the world has evolved a lot. So today we have about 13 different businesses. Some have had connections to the old, some have been completely unrelated. Most have had some connections. So when we had the core printing business, we said if we want to scale up, we need to actually cater to the world. And we felt that the quickest way to do that was through a joint venture. We had done a joint venture with the European company to get in technology. More than technology, on the mindset. So in Europe, they're used to working with minimum number of people efficiently. So when he used to come and visit here, he used to say, I have one person, you have 15 for the same job. And they used to count in number of hands used, not number of people used. Because, of course, for us, capital was expensive, for them, people were expensive. So we built that business focused on mostly publishing and books. That's one of the largest in the country now, but also serves about 10 other countries. So it prints mostly education and trade books. But of course, it has evolved to now warehousing, logistics, only for the publishing industry. It also takes the content from publishers and sells books directly to consumers on Amazon. So there's a lot of digitization which has happened on it. The old security print business, which was checks, etc., is still there. For some reasons, because I think the Indian dynamics, the volume of checks are still not coming down. But it's still there, but of course there's no growth in it. So one of the prominent businesses is cards. We do credit cards, all kind of financial cards for India and about 12 other countries now. There's also operations coming up in the UK, start one in Nigeria. It's becoming a global business on payment and identity cards, including e-passports, anything to secure identity and payments. Then, like I mentioned, we have the business of business services for BSFI, which does every service other than other kind of writing. Then out of the security print business, one more interesting business came out where we started doing backward integration of producing security inks for even including in currency. Some of the inks are used in printing of currency. And then they said, we have this capability, why can't we look at the coatings? So there's a business built in specialty chemicals now, because they looked at India was importing a lot of chemicals from Europe and China. So as a Make in India initiative, built a specialty chemicals business. Then we have a consumer business which manufactures personal care, air care, home fragrance for India and also for global customers in America and Europe. Of course, now that's facing little headwinds with Trump's tariffs, but I think those are opportunities to learn about geopolitics and not to take things for granted. There's a business which is into a gold loan aggregation platform. There's an infrastructure business, and then, of course, the old media business, which is still there. So it's been a very exciting time, I think, seeing the organization grow. I think from 2003, maybe the organization has grown about 250 times. And it's really actually nice to see the people grow. Most of the team members are homegrown, maybe about 70% are homegrown. Many of them have lived and studied in Manipal. But today the businesses are headquartered in wherever most of the talent is available. It's not necessarily Manipal. So it's been a very exciting journey, and I think Syndicate Bank, of course, this organization kind of came out of because Syndicate Bank, but also its growth throughout has been with support of Syndicate Bank in those days. And I'm really happy to have, see all of you here, be here, and share a little bit of my experience. So thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam Pai. It was interesting to know that you have gone into printing business right from your teens, and you gave a snapshot of what exactly you are doing and the models that you are following. Thank you very much. Before we have a few words of gratitude, Mr. Arun Srivastava, our former CMD, would like to make an announcement.
Good evening. I express my gratitude to the family of the founders in the morning and in the evening who have come out of with our invitation to this celebration of the 100 years of Syndicate Bank. And we are honored with your presence. And with this session is coming to an end. I'll sum up that we had a wonderful day. The opportunity which brought us here from the nook and corner of the country, every executive of the top management grade of Syndicate Bank was here in this hall sharing their experiences for the past 1 year, because we can meet only once in a year. As Dr. Bhandari said, that the social connectivity is more important to take care of your mental and physical health. So we will continue to do with that. And I'm thankful to Mr. Gautam Pai, who reminded me of his association with me in Kenya when I was in Bank of Baroda at that time. I was heading Bank of Baroda Kenya Limited as an MD over there, and just when a proposal came that a company from India and Manipal, because very few people over there in Kenya knew where Manipal is. So there is some Manipal printing press, they are doing a business over here and they want some credit facilities. And that too, there was not land to be mortgaged and no securities. So we said immediately we'll do that. And probably that connection with the Pai family ultimately in 2015 matured and I was brought to Syndicate Bank as an MD. So sometimes if you start connecting the dots, you get that line, that how you came to this bank. I'll not take much of the time. I just wanted to express my gratitude to the organizers of this Manipal event for the centenary celebration. And it was a meticulous planning for the past, I must say, 6 months almost. Yes. It was decided in Chennai that next meet would be in Manipal. So from April onwards, they started getting all message in WhatsApp group, then forming groups, communicating to individuals, making arrangements for, because to make a travel arrangement in Manipal is difficult. People from Bangalore can travel directly, but from other parts of the country, someone coming from Bhubaneswar, someone coming from Calcutta, Delhi and all those places, Baroda. So it is very difficult, but they made such a meticulous arrangement to make us comfortable over here. So I thought it is our duty on behalf of all of you to honor those people who have been associated with this. And I took this initiative and I asked K.T. Rai and Satish Kamath, who were the past general managers when I was here, to make some arrangement for that. So I'll request K.T. Rai and Satish Kamath to assist and tell us the names for the organizers who have made this arrangement possible for us. So Kitty, please. You have the names?
Yes,
And I would request Mr. Alan Pereira, Mr. Mallikarjun Rao and Mr. T.K. Srivastav to the honors on my behalf for these gentlemen who have toiled for making this event a grand success. So, first and foremost is Sujir Prabhakar, the chairman of the organizing committee. सबका एक साथ ले लेंगे ना बाद में. Then T. Narasimha Murthy, please. D.R. Shinoy. Where is D.R. Shinoy mom? So, after vote of thanks, yes. Huh? You should have asked him to give vote of thanks at the end. Achha. P.R. Ramesh. Ramanan Naik. Then Mr. Raghav Naik. Mr. Praveen Bhatt. Then our great man Francis. Uma Shankar. And probably whosoever is coming to SIBM, he must be remembering Francis, because for me, whenever I visited SIBM, I found him to be the only comparer in the SIBM for every program. Uma Shankar. Sudhir Bhandari. He is the person, I have seen him since morning for honoring every person. He is bringing the material to us. and Jairam Prabhu. And of course, one of the very important person, Lakshmi Narayan Upadhyay. Because without honoring him, we will not get our photographs. So, Mr. Upadhyay, the morning started with your prayers only, na? Please. So, we will have a photo now. Combined photo. Please.
I now call upon Mr. P.K. Saxena to say a few words of gratitude.
Good evening, friends. Saxena Ji was very, very specific that you should propose a vote of thanks to Mr. Gautam Pai. So I call upon asking him to propose a vote of thanks.
Respected Arun Shrivastava ji, Alan Pereira ji, Mallikarjun Rao ji, T.K. Shrivastava ji, Shri Satish Pai ji, Sandhya Pai ji, Gautam Pai ji, Dr. Bhandari, ladies and my seniors and dear friends. Good evening to all. Today I am privileged to propose a vote of thanks for one of the most dashing family members of our founder's family and a jewel of Manipal, Shri Gautam Pai, who has grown business manifold at a blistering pace due to his inherent talent for teaming up with strategic investors. Shri Gautam Pai floated joint venture Primacy Industries in June 2005, and the startup began producing scented candles. He studied printing technology and leapfrogged into the big league. He is the third generation Pai, a simple but very innovative and intelligent person. From traditional ways, he transformed the business to order-specific business providing end-to-end solution. As already mentioned, his company has footprints in India, Germany, Kenya, Mexico, US, and many more countries. His address about his journey was very enlightening and inspiring. It is commendable that he is running 13 businesses, many for the global customers. Dear Gautam Pai ji, from entire Syndicate Bank family, we profusely thank you for your kind presence and being gracious to spare your valuable time for addressing the gathering. Thank you so much.
Friends, one more announcement I want to make. The bag which you are going to give you, it will be given when? During when we are having the next session, that is our entertainment session. At that time, the bags will be distributed to you. It has got 3 components. One such component only I will talk about, the other 2 is a suspense. One component is the paraffin, perfumed candles. It is 100% EOU from his company, Gautam Pai's company. He is giving to all of you. There are 6 fragrances, 6 different fragrances. Already he has kept in a bag and it will be given to you, which can, I don't think it is available in India, maybe. I think it's 100% is export-oriented unit. It is going to US, Walmart and Carrefour companies, 100%. So that he is going to give it as a gift to all of you. So this I want to make it, which will be distributed to you when we have our entertainment session. Okay? Thanks a lot, friends. I think... Next session. Yeah. See, one thing I was asked to tell you that our third meeting is almost coming to an end. Then it's only entertainment meeting, so nothing to discuss. So we take a decision today when we are going to meet next year, when. So let us decide and we'll fix the venue where we can come and have this type of gathering. And doctor already said we should meet very frequently to get rid of these mental problems or mental strength. So what we shall do, we will decide now where will be our next meeting. Because last time in Chennai, all of them vociferously said it is Manipal, because it's the centenary celebration of Manipal. So vociferously said, and it was accepted also and executed also. So where next, please decide. So those who have decided can come and tell where you are going to have that next venue, where you are going to have our 4th top management meet. Okay? Thank you. Okay, if you are not able to discuss, you decide and tell. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, we have come to the end of the program, and before we wind up, let's pay homage to our nation.
My dear friends, I propose next meeting should be in north, probably in Delhi or nearby area. I had discussed with all the people who are in session in Delhi. They are very eager to hold the meeting. So next meeting will be in Delhi or north, nearby Delhi area only. Thank you.
Friends, this national anthem, please, let's all stand for national anthem. Jana Gana Mana Adinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidata Punjab Sindhu Tumarata Maratha Dravida Uchala Vanga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchala Jaladita Ranga तव शुभ नामे जाहे दव शुभ आशीष माहे गाये दव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद।